Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. Welcome to this Thursday on Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you. We've got 10 races lined up for the afternoon. A couple of featured events later on in the card, which we'll get to here over the course of the next 30 minutes. But also, let's recognize one of our favorite days here at Keeneland Racecourse and the fact that for the 17th year, we celebrate Make-A-Wish Day here at Keeneland Racecourse.
And since its inception 17 years ago, Keeneland has managed to raise over $1.5 million for the families here within this region and make over 150 wishes come true. And that is truly what it's all about.
Over the course of the 10 races, we'll introduce you to 10 young men and women for Make-A-Wish Day, so make sure you're keyed in on that. And also, we urge you to make a donation. There's definitely different ways in which you can do so. Look for the QR code around the course here at Keeneland Racecourse and make a difference in the lives and lives of these families and, of course, the young men and women as we celebrate them here today on Make-A-Wish Day. Let's go back to yesterday's racing. First of all, starting with that pick 5, a record pick 5 handle. What was $2.6 million for the early pick 5?
I think that was the final pool, but additional money, I think it was $2.4 million.
Incredible stuff yesterday. Stage left was able to get up just in time as it looked as though he was in a world of deep water to take race number 4, but he does it for Jacobson on the drop it down in class. Here was the biggest price of the day, Bracket Buster, living up to his name, the son of a coma, going 2 turns and loved every bit of it.
Absolutely. And then moving forward to the 7th race, we saw Silver Rose. This was a really good ride by Florent Giroux just to get aggressive from the inside. It was a paceless race. He took the initiative and pulls off this victory, giving another win for trainer Brad Cox.
And then in the nightcap, Green Light, he was the odds-on favorite. He didn't break sharp, but boy, did he finish well to take race number 8 for Rudy Brisset and Ortiz.
This was unbelievable. This was one of the more unbelievable races at the meet, just considering what he did. He is a horse that wants to be forwardly placed. He came back from last. It was a very patient ride by Jose to pull off the win, and he gets an additional win. So he and Tyler Gaffleone are tied atop the leaderboard here in terms of the jockey standings. Wisaya
sitting 1 off the pace. Flo 2 back, as he's got 3 in total. Flavian Pratt with a pair of wins, and Brad Cox has moved 2 clear in the trainer standings above Cherie DeVoe and Rudy Brisset. Chad Brown with 2, Brendan Walsh with 2 after 4 days of racing here for the Keeneland Fall Meet. 10 races lined up, as we mentioned here this afternoon. Before we take a look at the race card, let's go to WKYT for the latest on the weather here in Lexington.
All right, let's talk about your Keeneland forecast, my friends, because it is going to be a really nice day out at the track once again, because I think those temperatures are going to hover at the warmest point in the 70s, it looks like. And once we cross over to about 3 o'clock, we'll get 60s leading up to that as well. So it ends up being very, very nice out there overall for you. So enjoy the dry conditions and almost spring-like kind of stuff that continues to move through our area. Good luck.
Been very spoiled when it comes to the weather so far this meet, and it looks like it's going to continue for the remainder of this race week. As far as the track conditions are concerned, presented by John Deere, main track fast, turf listed as good as it was listed throughout the turf racing yesterday here at Keeneland. So fast and good conditions presented by our good friends and partners over at John Deere. Full card selections, download the Keeneland Race Day app right now. You'll have them at the ready. We had to do some adjusting, as we always do, as far as the scratches were concerned, and we do come together in race number 2 as far as the early portion of the card.
Yeah, and the 4th. And the 5th and the 7th. So it does seem that we agree, and the last race, both on the number 6 horse. It seems like we agree. I think this is the first day of the meet that we are on the same page with several races. So hopefully that means good news for both of us.
I look forward to seeing how we align on Saturday, because the word is that you've spent hours on that Saturday card.
I did some digging, let me tell you. Okay. It's a tremendous card.
Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, same on Instagram, FanDuel TV Plus app. Today, Keeneland on the FanDuel TV Plus app. So if you don't have it available in your home and you want to watch Today at Keeneland, for those of you that are out here on course and love the show, we know you all do, FanDuel TV Plus app, that's your avenue. Roku, Amazon, Fire TV, Apple TV, and all that love is given to Gabby Gaudet.
I love that. No, I mean, that's great, because a lot of the time I get some messages asking where they can catch the show. Sometimes it's a half hour into the show, so you can go back and rewatch it.
Which means it's the end of the show.
Exactly.
A half hour in.
Oh, yeah,
30-minute show.
Sorry.
let's go to race
15 minutes into the show.
Race number 8. No commercials. Race number 8. It's a feature race, co-feature on the day. Races 8 and 9, very good allowance races. This one of those craftily written allowance races. We don't have time to go through the condition of this race because we would be through most of the 30 minutes of this race.
It's like a stakes race.
It is. Scratch Johnny's Fireball, the 4. Scratch the 7, Uncle Jake. Chasing the Crown is the morning line favorite at odds of 3-1. That's the number 10 horse for trainer Mike Maker. Comes out of 3 consecutive stakes races. Runner-up in a pair of graded stakes races at Churchill this last summer. We saw him down at Kentucky Downs, but I'm going to Gigante, the number 6 horse for Steve Asmussen. Not this time colt, Virginia bred. This colt's done some good over the course of his career. He's made over $1 million. We go back to his run in the Munez Memorial at Fairgrounds over good listed ground. He has the lead. He's going to end up finishing second, beaten 3/4 of a length to a horse by the name of I'm Very Busy, who after this performance would run in Grade 1 competition so far after this run back in March at Fairgrounds. But the bottom line is this is a colt that when he is doing well, puts together strong performances, and he was just simply outrun on that afternoon. He was 17-1 that day. Even when he gets ignored, pari-mutually speaking, he runs big races. He won the Commonwealth, a race off the turf at Churchill Downs on the main track by 4.5 lengths, and he was 10-1 that day. That's when they started to add blinkers to him, and he's worn blinkers in 4 consecutive races. So give me the millionaire son of Not This Time for Asmussen, and this time Christian Torres, Gigante, to take race number 8. Then I go to the rail, Major Dude. Comes out of the 4-star Dave. He was beaten 10 lengths, but he was beaten by Carl Spackler in More Than Looks. This is an easier spot for him, no question. And then Master of Foxhounds. He's a war horse. He's a horse that has not, at least in his last 10 races, faced allowance company. He ran in a stakes race up at Horseshoe Indian, his only start this year at the age of 7. He ran in the Breeders' Cup Mile, John Henry Turf, Eddie Reed, Woodingham, Grade 1, Frank Kilroe. So this is class relief for Master of Foxhounds, and never sleep on these old veteran war horses in the turf division. He, to me, has a big say in this race. So 6-1-3 in race number 8, our featured event.
You never know what day that back class is going to resurface, because he definitely has that. I did chalk out and go to the favorite here with the number 10, Chasing the Crown. He ran at Kentucky Downs last time out, and I really did think even in that particular race, but definitely the first couple of days of the meet, you wanted to be forwardly placed, and it just didn't work out for him last time out. So I'll give him a mulligan for the last race, but we'll show you his race 2 back in the Grade 2 Wise Dan. And he lost to Ottoman Fleet, who, you know, this is a horse that is in the running lines of several other horses in this race, so you can kind of play common opponent. And I thought this horse ran really well against a very nice horse who had everything go his own way in this race in the Wise Dan. He made the early move. He got the jump on the rest of the field. Chasing the Crown just got going way too late under Joel Rosario. The race didn't set up for him. Now today, at 1 1/16, I do wonder what kind of trip he's going to navigate, because there doesn't appear to be a ton of pace in here, especially with the scratch of Johnny's Fireball and Uncle Jake. So I did pick this horse on top originally, but I don't know what it means in terms of the pace scenario, because both of the pace setters are out. Who makes the lead now?
Well, turn him loose then, right?
Sure. I mean, I guess, but maybe English B will get aggressive. I don't know. The pace scenario it seems to be a little more tricky now. The 6, Gigante, could show speed off the layoff. He could be fresh.
Master of Foxhounds has got a little bit of tactical
no,
speed,
you're right.
too.
You're right. He definitely is. And maybe his speed comes a little bit easier to him at longer distances, but with the lack of pace in here, he does become a bit of a threat.
That's race number 8. For more on our 8th and featured event, here is Tom Leach.
Really tough and well-matched field here. It's really a stakes caliber group, and Major Dude ran in several stakes races last year and comes out of one. Amelia Green is the assistant to trainer Todd Pletcher, and she says Major Dude, Coast's second choice in this field, is coming into the race quite well.
He's coming to the race well. He shipped in here a few days ago from Saratoga. He's just been galloping the last few days into the race, but he's high energy, and hopefully we're looking forward to running well.
Tell me about his last race.
He ran a good race. I mean, it was a tougher race than he's been running in, so I think the allowance race tomorrow should hopefully be right up his alley to bounce back and get the win.
It kept some tough company last year. Is he as good or better this year?
He seems to train just as well, if not better, so we're hopeful he's going to run well.
Look, the morning line favorite in here is 3-1, so that tells you it's a pretty well-matched group. So there's an interesting price play in Harlan Estate, who's 15-1 on the morning line. 2 starts back, he was a good second to Major Dude. Now, the last race was a subpar effort, and trainer Whit Beckman is trying blinkers and hoping.
With this horse, he's just an older horse. He's kind of got things clocked, so we just try to stay ahead of him. I mean, I put him on off. He's run good, kind of in both scenarios, so I'm just going to throw him back on here. He ran well here last year, but, it's a tough race. He's running against some of the same horses he ran up in Saratoga, so he's going to bring his A game.
Really solid group here and just a typical tough allowance field at the Keeneland Fall Meet.
That's race number 8. Let's go one race further in the card to race number 9, which will start the late daily double this afternoon at Keeneland with 10 races on the card. Scratch the number 8 horse, What You Talking About, as well as Baxley, the number 1. So 1 and 8, bringing it down to a field of 9. 1 and 8 both scratched out of here. World record, the 6-5 morning line favorite. They had him cross-entered in a turf race last week. They opt for the dirt race. Makes sense. He's a graded stakes winner on dirt. Won the Amsterdam, set the pace in the Grade 1 Allen Jerkins before being gobbled up in there. He's going to be the favorite. There's no question about it. But I am going to go to the number 9 horse Slider, shipping in from the West Coast for John Sadler, West Point Thoroughbreds, Hall Racing, and Pearl Racing. Here's a run from him where he was the pace setter in the Grade 2 San Vicente behind Muth, a very highly thought of horse of trainer Bob Baffert's that we have seen sort of come around here as of late for his connections, and recently ran in the Grade 1 California Crown just a couple of weeks ago at Santa Anita. The fact that they come in this direction looking for this allowance condition, it's one of 2 things in my opinion. Races are not filling with frequency in Southern California, so a lot of connections from the West Coast are coming in this direction. And here's a horse that ran in the Breeders' Cup, won the Speakeasy on the turf, ran in the Breeders' Cup behind Big Evs in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. But I think that he, off this 9-month layoff, with the way that he's been working at Santa Anita, may have something to say about this race. And I'm willing to take a shot with John Sadler coming in to Kentucky with this runner over the number 2 horse in World Record, who will probably be, even money in this race, I would say.
Yeah.
So he is the favorite, and then the 3 horse Bow Street. He's a well-related colt. He's out of that mare Indian Miss, who's given us some really top-level competition as far as her runners are concerned. He's got to step up to prime time. He's got to improve, but he's never run against these types. But today, maybe he can show us that he's gotten better or can be better. So that's the thing that Bow Street has to do. But it's 9/2 for me, being a bit contrarian in this race against World Record, who clearly is the horse to beat in this race.
There's just a lot of speed in here. That's why I went against him, because not only is he cutting back to 6 furlongs, I think his speed comes easier to him at 7/8, but Bow Street to his outside, the 4 go the distance is very quick. Propriety Trade is quick. Usually Wrong to the outside is quick. Slide. I mean, there's a crazy amount of pace in here. So I actually went to Agoo as the top selection. I know this horse did win on the lead last time out, but I think that was just because he was so dominant. At one point in time, Scott, he beat Mystic Dan, your Kentucky Derby winner of this year. It was in his second start. It was his maiden breaking score. He's very talented. He went through a bit of a lull, but I think his last race is an indication that he is coming back to his best form, and I don't think he needs a lead. I think he can stalk or close today. So Agoo, I'm going to go with an upset shot in the 9th.
That is race number 9. Gabby, you're going to take us to the midway point of this card, and that will be race number 5, an allowance race where you scratch the also eligibles. Main portion of the field remains intact, and Minushka on the outside, 6-5 morning line favorite, a import from France for Brendan Walsh.
This is another very good group of fillies, and I don't notice respect for the rest of the field, but they just haven't had the opportunity to face stakes company, graded stakes company at this point of the year, whereas Minushka, when you look at her form, I mean, at one point she ran in the French 1000 Guineas. I mean, she's a Group 1, Group 2 at least type of horse, but we'll take you to her Group 3 at Longchamp. This was in the spring of this year, and she almost won this. She faced Kandala in that event. We're going to see her actually run in the QE2 on Saturday. Again, a grade one type of horse. So I just think this horse has tremendous form. And when you look at, I would say, the second choice in the wagering today, the number 4, Weigh the Risks, is sent out by Chad Brown. She lost against Allowance Optional Claiming Company at Ellis Park last time out. I just think that she has overwhelming form in this race, and I couldn't look past her. But I will throw in a bit of a price underneath of her, and that's the 8, Smooth Waves, because although this filly hasn't necessarily gone against top competition in terms of graded stakes company, she did run an adjustment last year, but her last race, she went against Special Juan, who I think is an okay filly, a little overmatched when she ran here at Keeneland, but Pharaoh's Wine, Stylish Sue, some of those horses that you've seen in the running lines, they've done well here even recently. So I'll use her at 15-1 in the exacta. Make the note on Smooth Waves, part of our changes, they're taking the blinkers off of this filly here today. So blinkers off, Smooth Waves in that 5th race, the number 8 horse. I'm with you on the 12, Manushka. Here's a stat for Brendan Walsh with horses coming to the United States for the first time under his care. He's winning 26% of the time. That's a big number. Yeah. And the types of horses, we say it all the time, when you've got these horses coming in the fall from the UK or France or Ireland or Europe in general, they're looking for faster ground, and that's exactly what she's going to get here today. She's got a good list of turf course and much different conditions than what she would be encountering if she was back in France at this point in the year. So Manushka, to me, will be tough as she debuts with Lasix here in the United States, makes her U.S. debut with Lasix as well. So she's still eligible for an A other than here in the States, which is huge. It is. It's stacked in her favor in a lot of ways with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. Let's go to our Clocker report for this Thursday, and we're going to start with race number 1 and Triple Trey, who's 7-2 on the morning line. That's the number 7 horse in race number 1. Son of Bolt Doro drove a solid 4 furlongs at Keeneland by himself on the 3rd of October, covering the distance over a fast track in 48-1. 3-year-old has a license to improve in his second start off of a layoff and shows up for a tag for the first time. Formidable, according to the Clocker report, and would say so given the class relief that he gets here today. So that's the number 7 horse in race number 1 for Brendan Walsh, taking a big drop down in class. And then Run Jalen Run. He is a first-time gelding. That's another change, part of the late changes today. He's been gelded since his last race, so make note of that. Run Jalen Run, working 1 minute and 3, best of 13 on the 30th of September. And he's a run happy who breezed 5/8 of a mile in that time, working in company with Invulnerable, a practical joke gelding who's a 2-time winner. And you'll remember Invulnerable ran a pretty good race yesterday, so that certainly flatters Run Jalen Run in race number 3, the number 4 horse. So take a look at the 7 in race number 1 and the 4 in race number 3. That is our Clocker reports for the afternoon. Let's get to our multi-race exotics for this Thursday card. And I will start with a late pick 4, with race number 7 being the first leg of this late pick 4. And just going too deep in race number 7 with the 2-horse trading strategy for Chad Brown coming out of that live race, which produced Lacara, who had won a stake at Churchill after that, and then Quick Kick, who ran well enough in the Darley Alcibiades on opening day to finish second. So watch out for trading strategy. And then the number 10 horse, Dawn After Dawn, for Brendan Walsh, a filly that showed improvement going 2 turns in her 3rd career start. She stays at the 2-turn distance here this afternoon. So those are the 2 in that first leg. As far as race number 8, 1, 3, and 6, the 3 horses that I talked about in that very difficult allowance race. And perhaps throw in Chasing Crown as well if you want to spend a little bit more money. Make it 1, 3, 6, 10, who's going to be the favorite in that 8th race, the second leg. 2 and 9 in race number 9. It's world record or slider for me. I know you like Agu. This is a step up, obviously, in competition. We'll see if he's ready for prime time here today off of winning an 80,000 claimer non-1 as a 2 lifetime. And in the 10th and final, going to get a little bit more coverage here. 3, 5, 6, and 8 with Lose Legacy. The idea with him, he's the long shot in here in the nightcap. Lose Legacy, the number 3 horse. 5, 6, and 8 are the obvious contenders. But he's a half-brother to 2 turf winners, and his only turf try came at Kentucky Downs, and he made up some ground that day. So I'm willing to give him a pass on that, and we'll see if he can spring an upset in the 10th and final. So that's why I use Lose Legacy in race number 10, making it a $24 investment for the late pick 4. All right, looks good. I'm going to take us to one of my favorite wagers in all of racing and in this country, the all-turf pick 3. Hopefully I have some success with this today, though. The 12 Manushka, as we mentioned, is the overwhelming filly in there to beat. She is going to be the heavy favorite. In some ways, I could single her. She is coming in off of a bit of a layoff. It is first time in the state, so there are those things to consider. So if she does have a hiccup coming out of the starting gate or doesn't perform to her European form, I think the 8 Smooth Waves is that alternate that I want at 15-1 for all the reasons that I mentioned earlier. I just think she's coming out of tough allowance races, and I do like the fact that she does get the blinkers off because I hope that helps her settle throughout the race. The 8th race, I used many horses in there because I'm really not confident anymore about the pace scenario. These are all very classy horses that could certainly win on any given day. So I did leave off the ticket, 2 horses in there, the 5, the 8, and the 9. 3 horses I left off in the 8th race. The rest I'm using. And then we get to the 10th and final race. I did use the 5 and the 6. That's it. Fort Thomas for Rusty Arnold. These 2 horses are very different. The 6 Half Dome is just making his 3rd career start. Huge second place finish last time out. And then Fort Thomas is making his 11th career start. But I kind of get the feeling that today is the day. It's almost like the Adrastea horse yesterday, who was making her 11th career start, had been beaten in maiden special weight company several times in the past, and then yesterday was finally her day because she found the right field.
Yeah, never give up on horses that run consistent, and at some point they're going to find the right group. Sometimes it does take a drop down in class, but I'm with you on Fort Thomas in that nightcap here this afternoon. Sales Grad Spotlight, we're going to go to race number 7 and the number 2 horse Trading Strategy from the Keeneland September sale in 2023. Hip number 99, Gretzky's number, 99, or Aaron Judge for that matter, as the Yankees are in the midst of a playoff duel with the Kansas City Royals. $500,000 purchase for Klarovich Stables, bred by Band of Brothers out of a Union Rags first dam in Dothraki C, who was a winner twice over in her racing career and stakes competitor more than a few times. So a $500,000 Keeneland September sale grad trading strategy from last year's September sale. Our Keeneland Sales Grad Spotlight for Chad Brown and the Klarovich Stables here today at Keeneland. Let's go to race number 10 for my best angle segment, or our best angle segment. We'll start with race number 10.
It's yours.
And
you
Half
can
Dome.
take ownership of this
I'll
one.
take ownership of Half Dome. How about that? Half Dome, the number 6 horse in here, showed a lot of improvement moving over to turf, in my opinion, and going out to 1 mile and an eighth, the same distance that they'll ask him to compete at here this afternoon. We pick it up at the top of the stretch. He's going to get the lead for a moment, and he's going to hang right in there and ultimately be beaten by a horse by the name of Axar Ben Derby, but he did not back down. So the son of Zoffany, this is a brilliant international pedigree for Michael McCarthy and his clients here, but you can see he's trying as hard as he possibly can in the latter stages after being debuted on the dirt at Ellis Park, but he improved from dirt to turf, and I would expect him to be able to do more of the same here today. So I'll use him on top of an exacta 6 over 3, 5, and 8 to close out the card, hopefully with an exacta winner with Half Dome leading the way.
I hope you're right, because I did use that horse in my all-turf pick 3. I'm going to take us to one race earlier, race number 9. Agu is kind of the best angle for me here today. Huge race last out, back to old self, question mark, maybe, we'll see. But last time out, when he ran at Churchill Downs, man, was this impressive. I don't know where it came from. I hope he can replicate it, Scott. I also hope that he can show a rating gear, because he is not as fast as some of the other horses that he will be facing today, like the 2 World Record. I hope that he doesn't go with a horse like World Record, because I don't think it'll be good news for him. But yes, this was a class relief, but it was still a very fast time. He did it well within himself. He has been capable of running big races in the past. He beat your Kentucky Derby winner of this year in Mystic Dan in his 2nd career start. And at one point in time, I mean, he ran against Stakes Company, fast figures. And if you look at those figures and look at his last race, I think it was just a natural progression if you kind of throw out his the bad races in between. So Agu will be the top pick, keeping it simple. $25 to win.
What do you make of horses that they're good, then they hit the spell of just poor races, and then suddenly come with a career best buyer like he does? Is it just time off? What is it?
Something could have been bothering him physically that they gave him time for. Some horses just need a little bit more time to mature and figure it all out. But, it could be so many different issues. Some horses have shins. Some horses have bad feet, or they have other minor issues that they just need time. They need to be kicked out in a field, and then they come back better or the same way that they used to be. So I don't know, I don't want to speak on behalf of a goo, but obviously my husband's a trainer and we've dealt with those situations many times before in the past. So I hope that that's the case, and clearly they resolved whatever issue it was last time out.
Can you kick me out into a field around Thanksgiving time for like 2 weeks?
I need to be kicked out into a field.
I'll take care of the rest. Just out there, just throw me a tent.
Spend the day in the sun.
That's all I need.
Grazing in a field. Doesn't that sound nice?
Those are our best angles. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
Long shot play on today's card comes in the fourth race. We're going to try number 8, Noble Eagle, at a big price. Now, Noble Eagle ran his best buyer in his first dirt start. He had a slow start out of the gate that day, but has come back and trained very well at the training track at Churchill Downs. That's a nice time that he posted in that most recent workout. So we're going to hope that Noble Eagle can get a little better trip and finish strong. That's the long shot play of the day.
All right, Noble Eagle, good luck to Tom with his selection there. 20-1 on the morning line, the number 8 in race number 4. Looking forward to this 10-race card. It's been a while since we've had a 10-race card on a Thursday, so let's enjoy it and let's make some money.
Let's make some money, and special welcome to all of the Make-A-Wish families coming out here to Keeneland. Enjoy the racing, enjoy all of the events that are going on, and please donate if you can.
For Gabby, I am Scott. Enjoy this Thursday. Enjoy Make-A-Wish Day and all of the heartwarming stories that these families will share with us over the course of this brilliant afternoon. Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Chapel Tenius to the paddock. Chapel is Miss Kentucky 2024 and will be competing for the title of Miss America in January. Since June, she has traveled over 10,000 miles, sharing her love of agriculture, music, and veterans with Kentuckians of all ages. Here to first present our state song is Miss Kentucky 2024, Chapel Tenius. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Karen Williams with stewarding as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Karen. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is listed fast, and the turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Changes now. Beginning of the first race. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also starts the early pick five. No carryover. There are no changes in that first event. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. In that second race, scratch the 10, Teguar. That's in the second race, scratch the 10, Teguar. Third race, scratch number 1, Cersei, and scratch the 2, Remy's Moon. That's in the third race, scratch 1, Cersei, and scratch 2, Remy's Moon. Please note that number 4, Run Jalen Run, first time reported gelding. 4, Run Jalen Run, first time reported gelding. Fourth race, scratch the 5, Shortstop, scratch 13, Halfway Tempted. That's in the fourth race, scratch 5, Shortstop, and scratch 13, Halfway Tempted. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Change of equipment for the 8, Smooth Waves, blinkers off. Change of equipment for the 8, Smooth Waves, blinkers off. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. In race 6, scratch the 1, Carrara. That's the sixth race, scratch number 1, Carrara. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 4, Along Comes a Woman. Scratch 8, Nana Grace. Also scratch the 12, Trading Secrets. And scratch 15, Mackenzie's Glory. That's the seventh race, scratch number 4, Along Comes a Woman. Scratch number 8, Nana Grace. Scratch the 12, Trading Secrets, and scratch 15, Mackenzie's Glory. Please note the 13 and the 14 both draw into the race. 13, Margot's Angel, and 14, Pediatric Princess, both draw into the race. Jockeys as programmed. Eighth race. Scratch the 4, Johnny's Fireball. Scratch the 7, Uncle Jake. That's in the featured 8th race. Scratch 4, Johnny's Fireball. Scratch 7, Uncle Jake. 9th race. Scratch number 1, Baxley. And scratch number 8, What You Talking About. That's the 9th race. Scratch number 1, Baxley. And scratch number 8, What You Talking About. 10th race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse as we get set for a 10-race card on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon and 2 featured races to look forward to, races 8 and 9, featuring some very, very high-quality stakes-level type horses like Gigante in race 8 and World Record in race number 9. But, Gabby, the focus today, aside from the racing, is Make-A-Wish Day, the 17th year that Keeneland has hosted the Make-A-Wish Day here at Keeneland Racecourse.
And since its inception, Keeneland has raised over $1.5 million for the Make-A-Wish kids and their families. It's always a tremendous year, and it's awesome to see the Make-A-Wish families come out and really enjoy a day at the track. There's so many different types of festivities going on and all of the different types of events for these families.
We urge you to make donations to Make-A-Wish Day. We'll be introducing you to 10 young men and women over the course of the afternoon, with each race associated with a particular Make-A-Wish child here on the afternoon. So enjoy Make-A-Wish Day, enjoy the racing on this wonderful Thursday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Kicking off today's Thursday program with horses in the paddock, 19 minutes away from the first race. This race does kick off the early pick 5, pick 3 wagering, also available in the opener. They will be heading out to the main track. Main track is listed as fast at the 7 furlong distance. This is a high-level claiming race for horses who have never won 2 races in their career. And I go to the number 5, as does the betting public, at 2-1. For trainer Joe Sharp. Joe Sharp has had a very strong meet thus far. Irad Ortiz Jr. just started riding here at Keeneland yesterday, so I would imagine he's going to have a very strong week ahead. This horse looks to be the controlling speed. I think that the other horses in here that have a little bit of natural speed, it's more route type of speed. So this horse should be able to control the race early, and he gets a class relief from where he was running prior to the layoff. He was running against horses like Happy as a Choice. That horse is effective against Stakes Company. So big class relief for this horse. Obviously, the question mark is whether or not he can get this distance off of the layoff, but I think he can if he is in a position to control on the front end. If he can't, the 3 flat on is a very generous price at 5-2. If you get 5-2 come post time, I would say that this is a very good bet on this horse because he is the likeliest winner in this field. He comes out of a good group last time out, facing Starter Allowance Company, gets a bit of a class relief, and I truly believe that he is more of a one-turn type of horse. He went 2 turns at the mile and a 16th last time out, didn't have enough of that kick late to fade to finish 4th. The mile at Ellis Park is not necessarily a 2-turn distance, but it's not 1 turn. It's somewhere in between. And then Churchill Downs, when he ran second, going 7/8 against $40,000 claimers, I thought that was one of his better races. And I think he can get the similar trip just stalking the speed of the 5. And if the 5 can't handle the distance, he's going to be in the perfect position today. And then the number 4, Peak, is the horse I'll round out the trifecta with. It took him a long time to finally break his maiden, but that maiden breaking score did come at 7.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs against high-level maiden claiming company. That was actually a pretty productive race. It produced a couple of next out winners. He came back to face Allowance Company last time out at Ellis Park, and he didn't get out of the gate very well. Nothing really went his way, and plus A Other Than Company is a little bit different than the field that he's facing here today. So I think this is a better placement, and hopefully he is one that can get out of the starting gate and have a better trip than he did last time out. He is currently on the board at 9-2, but a very competitive group of horses, and I think what it boils down to is who do you think can get this 7 furlong distance the fastest, because there are a lot of horses in here that have similar form. It's a competitive playing field here in today's opener. We are 16 minutes out from the first race to kick off this early pick 5. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Flaxman Holdings claiming event, for a price of $62,500, 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in the first race. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5, no carryover. Main track is fast, turf good, rail at 30 feet. On the turf course, post time 7 minutes.
The field is on the track and going postward for today's opener as we take a look at the number 1 Gambler's Tale. And David Jacobson had a big-time class dropper yesterday to win, and hopefully the success can continue with the number 1 Gambler's Tale. First off, the claim for the new connections here. And I didn't know what to make of this horse's form coming into this race. Also, the rail post position. I do like the distance for him. But the one thing that I noticed was that he hasn't had, at least on paper, he hasn't had a work since the claim. So I do wonder, if this horse is going to be... he certainly should be fit enough to go 7/8, especially on the cutback and distance. But I think what is happening here is this horse is extra sharp. I saw him on the track here. I saw him in the paddock just a few moments ago, and he certainly looks very fit and maybe one to consider. So the 1 Gambler's Tale. The number 3 horse, Flat On, he just really has so much confidence about him today. Saw him in the post parade just a minute ago with the pony, and he had his neck bowed underneath of him and just showing all signs of a very confident horse that's doing very well. So the turn back is ideal for Flat On, and I certainly think he is the horse to beat in many ways. The 7 Triple Tray is another one to mention. We talked about this horse on our Today at Keeneland morning show, and this horse has been impressing the clockers here in the morning, specifically that October 3rd workout here at Keeneland in 48-1. And this one taking a drop in class for trainer Brendan Walsh. And physically, he looks like he could handle this distance at 7 furlongs. He doesn't have a lot of speed, so I think 7/8 will help him get involved early and kind of go on from there. And from a class standpoint, this certainly seems like a more competitive spot than the allowance field that he faced last time out at Churchill Downs. Competitive group, you can see your favorite right now, lukewarm 2-1. That's at the number 3 Flat On as we are approaching the start for today's opener. Good luck.
If you purchased a program at the North Gate, please check to make sure you have today's program. If you were inadvertently sold tomorrow's program, please return to the North Gate to exchange for today's program. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Flaxman Holdings, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Gambler's Tail goes in. Here's Zeka Diabo. Flat on. 4 more to load. Peak comes forward. Halmstad, 2 more. Big Producer, and that will leave Triple Tray, who comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Halmstad broke alertly. Halmstad comes right out for the lead. Triple Tray there on the outside and flat on up close down toward the inside as they head up the backstretch. And then Peak, who is in between horses, a lane off the rail in 4th. Gambler's Tail to the inside of that one, 5th. Big Producer, Zeka Diabo at the back. Side by side for the lead. Here's flat on up the inside and Halmstad there from the outside. They're matching strides for the top spot. Then a gap of 2 lengths to Triple Tray 3rd. Then a gap of just over 3 more lengths back to Peak, who's 4th and neck outside of Gambler's Tail. Gap of 3 more lengths back to Big Producer to the outside and Zeka Diabo back toward the inside. 22.55 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Onto the far turn, flat on, and Halmstad continued their battle for the lead, tracked all the way by Triple Tray, who's in 3rd, just 2 lengths off the front pair. Then a gap of 3 more to Peak, who's 4th outward from the rail and neck. Gambler's Tail to the inside. Big Producer and Zeka Diabo last, just over a quarter mile to go. Flat on, the leader Halmstad is in 2nd. Triple Tray is in 3rd, and then Peak swings out toward the center of the track in 4th. Big Producer, grandstand side in 5th. Gambler's Tail is in behind horses, has to change lanes. 4th, looking toward the outside. They're already in the final furlong, and Peak has a narrow lead. It is Peak in front. Peak just in front of flat on. Here comes Gambler's Tail, now clear for a late run at Peak. Peak has the lead. Gambler's Tail is 2nd. Peak, Gambler's Tail, Peak wins it. Gambler's Tail was home 2nd, and then Big Producer rallied up 3rd outside of flat on in 4th.
Well, it seemed like the pace completely fell apart. The 3 and the 5 were setting the tempo early. The 7 had first run on the pace setters, but it falls into the hands of the number 4, Peak, who makes that last run, closing from off the pace under jockey Luis Saez. The number 1, Gambler's Tail, definitely was a factor. Deep stretch here. He just simply ran out of real estate. The number 4, Peak, holds on just in time to pull off a slight upset in today's opener. 9-2 over 5-1, 4-1 unofficially in race 1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 4, Peak, was first. Number 1, Gambler's Tale, second. The 6, Big Producer, third. Number 3, Flat On, fourth. 4-1-6-3 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the Flaxman Holdings, the unofficial winner, number 4, Peak, owned by William Pape, trained by Rusty Arnold, Luis Saez. The winning jockey, Peak, a 4-year-old gelded son of Candy Ride out of We Used to Sing, by Mineshaft, bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. William L. Pape. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.15 seconds. First race results official. 4-1-6-3, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Tucker Green is joined by representatives of Flaxman Holdings and the Frizzy Foundation to present the trophy for the first race, the Flaxman Holdings Frizzy Foundation, to the connections of Peak. Keeneland second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4, main track fast, turf good, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In the second race, scratch the 10 Teguar. Scratch the 10 Teguar. Double pick 3 and start of the early pick 4.
Here's a closer look at the number 9. It Will Be Fun, my top selection coming up next, and looks like everybody else's top selection as she opens up here at 6-5 for trainer Kenny McPeak. This filly, she ran big first time out, and she was bet to run that way as well. She was live first time out. She went off as the post-time favorite in that maiden special weight at Churchill Downs, and she ran to it. She just had a very tough trip. She didn't get out of the gate that well, and then she kind of had to make up for that, and she, not ranked, but she was very keen to go under Brian Hernandez Jr., and it was definitely a lesson learning experience that day. On top of that, she had to chase a pretty honest pace, 21-4, 45-2 for the half as well. It just wasn't her day, but she lost nothing in my eyes in defeat, and I think today will be the day for It Will Be Fun. She looks like a very talented filly. The 4 Sweet Music will be the second pick for me for trainer Wayne Catalano. And sometimes we see this with Wayne's 2-year-olds in particular, and just maiden horses in general, that they have a tendency to improve with a couple of starts under the belt. And we certainly saw that from this filly. She didn't handle Kentucky Downs whatsoever, so give her a pass for that. And she came back to improve significantly in her second race, and she kind of made this early move, sustained bid on the front end, and that probably took its toll a little bit from a fitness standpoint. She wound up fading to finish 4th, but she was only beaten a length in that event. And I at least like that she was involved in the pace. She took some pressure early, and she probably will take a huge step forward in terms of her fitness here today, but she at least has speed to get involved early. And then outside of that race, she came back to post a bullet drill here, really sharpening her up, going 3 furlongs at Churchill Downs. Even her work 2 back after the race was very sharp, 46-3. So clearly she's fast. She has a lot of natural speed, natural ability, and I hope that she's just a little bit tighter today to get the 6 furlong distance. And then finally, the number 2, Dinah's Girl, is a price I'll throw into the mix there. I don't know what happened to her first time out, but that was a pretty decent group of horses, and she was bet like she could run. That's really the only indication that I have to think that she is a runner. She was bet. She had some pretty solid workouts going into the race. I like the fact that they shipped her here and gave her a final workout at Keeneland. I do think that helps, especially 2-year-old fillies. So I look for a big improvement for the 2, Dinah's Girl. She's going to be a big price, and you never know what's going to happen in these 2-year-old maiden special weight races. That's why you have to be a little bit creative, and I'm trying to get creative in terms of the trifecta. Even money right now on the number 9, It Will Be Fun. We'll take a closer look at these 2-year-old fillies in a minute and report trackside coming up in the second.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Rood and Riddle maiden auction 2-year-old fillies that sold or were reserve not attained for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Scratch the 10, Teguar, number 10 to scratch. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Fast track, good turf, rail at 30 feet on the turf course, post time at 6 minutes.
A field of 2-year-olds going to post, and right now your heavy favorite is the number 9. It Will Be Fun. And I always want to proceed with caution in these 2-year-old races when a horse is heavily bet and supported at the window, like this filly is at 3-2. I always want to look at the horses in the paddock and, assess the situation from that standpoint, or perspective, I should say. She does look outstanding, especially when you compare this filly against the field that she faces today. She's holding on to good condition. She looks like she's got a very good mind. Just her body, she's got the size, the scope, everything that you have to like about a 2-year-old filly. I'm going in this direction. I went this direction when I handicapped this race a couple of days ago, and I have not changed course after looking at her in the paddock. But I will talk about some other prices in here to maybe beef up those exactas or trifectas. The 8 diagram, I thought, made a really nice appearance today. This filly by Liam's Map, she's certainly bred to handle the turf, and they tried the turf at Kentucky Downs last time out. She might still like the turf. She might have just not liked Kentucky Downs, but she looks very fast. She looks like a little firecracker out there, and she did show speed first time out. She almost won. She finished a good second. She kind of made her move a little bit too soon that day, going 5 furlongs. I guess the question is the distance. She is very short coupled and looks like a very quick sprinter. Maybe at the end of the day, she wants to go 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf, but she did look fit, and she looked racy enough to be effective against this group today. And then finally, the 7 Decree. When I was looking at these fillies in the paddock, she definitely is on the smaller side from a physical standpoint. She's more of a petite filly, and you can even tell that she has more growing to do. But I liked how she was acting. Some of the other fillies in here were getting a little worked up. They kind of looked like they were lacking focus, and I didn't see that from her. So it's more of a, how she's behaving, how she's acting today, warming up on the track. I like what I'm seeing from that standpoint. So maybe this is a first-time starter that can outrun her odds. She's 25-1. She debuts for trainer Riley Mott. But really, it's all about the favorite, the number 9. It will be fun after that trouble trip and debut. And she really does look the picture today. She is 3-2 as horses will get set for a post here in 2 minutes. Race 2 coming up next to kick off this early pick 4 sequence. Good luck.
Looking ahead on the Keeneland card to the 4th race, an overweight to report. 4th race, the 9 Skelly Road, jockey 2 pounds over. 4th race, number 9 Skelly Road, the jockey 2 pounds over. At this time, horses have reached the starting gate for today's 2nd race, the Root and Riddle, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Diagram moves into line. Autumn Rhythm. It Will Be Fun. Sweet Music goes in. Real Nice Surprise. Tiger Division into line. Episode, the last one, comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes Diagram out for the lead. Episode has early speed. Autumn Rhythm is away running in 3rd. Tiger Division comes out 4th. Princess of Omaha is 5th down toward the inside. It Will Be Fun. Far outside is in the 6th spot. Tailored for Joy is 7th in between horses. Real Nice Surprise, a wide 8th at the entry to the far turn. And then Dinah's Girl back toward the inside is 9th. Sweet Music is 10th. A gap of nearly 10 more lengths back to Decree. Last of the 11:22.7 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Diagram is the leader. It Will Be Fun is second up on the outside. They're separated by just a half length. Autumn Rhythm is third by 4. And then Tiger Division, who swings wide for the drive, in 4th. And still some 7 lengths off the lead. Princess of Omaha 5th. Diagram, the one to catch. It Will Be Fun is still there. And still in the second position, though, a length and a half off the lead. Autumn Rhythm 3rd. Tiger Division far outside in 4th. Final furlong. Diagram chased by Autumn Rhythm. Still a length between them. Now it's a neck, and now Autumn Rhythm pokes ahead in front. Autumn Rhythm, Luis Saez just rolling on by for the lead. Autumn Rhythm to win it. Autumn Rhythm home in front was followed across the line by Diagram in 2nd and Tiger Division 3rd.
Autumn Rhythm, very impressive today in the debut for trainer Eddie Keneally. This filly, she rated kindly from off of the pace as the 9 and the 8 were setting the early fractions. And you saw under Louis Saez how much horse Louis had at the top of the stretch. And she actually wins this thing pretty easily in the end, just considering the margin here of victory. This was a well-meant first-time starter. She gets the win at 5-1 and make it 2 wins, the early daily double for jockey Louis Saez.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 3 Autumn Rhythm first, 8 Diagram second, 5 Tiger Division third, 9 It Will Be Fun was fourth. 3-8-5-9 unofficial. Second race results official. 3-8-5-9 the official results. Official winner and into the winner's circle for race 2, the Rude and Riddle number 3 Autumn Rhythm, owned by John Marshall and Mark Dilger, trained by Eddie Keneally. Back-to-back wins for Louis Saez to start the card. Autumn Rhythm, a 2-year-old filly by Vacoma. Out of Love Blues by Bluegrass Cat, bred in Kentucky by Forever Spring Farm. Keeneland November graduate gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 11.7 seconds. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Emily Gibson is joined by representatives of Rude and Riddle to present the trophy for the second race, the Rude and Riddle, to the connections of Autumn Rhythm. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time in honor of the late John Greeley, who helped establish Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland 17 years ago. We would like to welcome John's parents, Bud and Ann, along with sisters Shannon and Laura, to present this year's award to the recipients, the Dorman family. In 2018, the Dorman family attended Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland, where their son Cody was a featured Wish child, marking the beginning of his remarkable connection to the event and his bond with the thoroughbred Cody's Wish. Cody, who formed a special friendship with the horse, passed in November 2023 after witnessing Cody's Wish win a second Breeders' Cup. In his honor, over $100,000 has been raised, granting more than 10 life-changing wishes for children like him. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Track fast, turf good today. Scratch the 1 Cersei and scratch the 2 Remy's Moon. Again, scratch the 1 Cersei and the 2 Remy's Moon. A reminder, the 4, Run Jalen Run, first time reported gelding, number 4.
Coming up next, race number 3. Horses are in the paddock for the starter allowance event. They'll eventually head out to the main track at the distance of 7 furlongs. And here's a look at the number 3, Devil's Got a Cause. Now with the scratches of the 2 horses to his inside, he now draws the rail post position, which I don't think is much of an issue. He has enough speed to either try for the lead or sit just off of it on the inside and save some ground. Luis Saez is aboard him. I guess that's an added bonus here that Luis did win the first 2 races on today's program. Hopefully he can go 3 in a row here with the 3 Devil's Got a Cause. But I also like the turn back and distance for this horse. He tried a mile over the muddy sealed track, and he showed some interest and then just kind of faded late. That was the first time that he had blinkers on. So the whole combination of this horse getting back to a fast main track, second time blinkers on, and turning back to a 1-turn distance, I like this move. And Dallas Stewart has really positive stats with dirt horses turning back from a route to a sprint. So he is going to be the top pick for me. The number 7, B Sud, is certainly the horse to beat in some ways. This horse ran huge last time out, posting a 90 Beyer speed figure, his fastest race by far. I do wonder if he's going to react off of that event or if he can come back, and maybe this is a horse that's just really starting to peak right now this time of year. He's always been very consistent, but that was definitely one of the better races that we've seen from him. Even in defeat, he was the beaten favorite that day, but it was a very fast race as the winner posted a very fast Beyer speed figure. He has speed. He's been okay at 6.5 furlongs. There's a lot of things to like about this horse, especially if you're going to get 3-1 odds on him. I think that's very fair. He is the horse to beat in many ways in terms of, and if you just focus on the class and the races that he's been coming out of. Over to the outside, the number 9, Mo Running, for trainer Chris Davis. He started off the meet in fine fashion, sent out a couple of horses, a win, a third as well. And this horse, I think, can be a factor here. First off the claim, last time out, he stepped him up from that maiden $50,000 race, obviously the race in which he claimed him out of. He was eligible for the starter allowance race last time out, and he ran against B Sud, who he once again is going to have to face today. But he did win at Ellis Park going 6.5 furlongs, so I wonder if this 7 furlongs is kind of a better distance for him than the flat 3/4 distance, and he gets an outside post position as well to just try to navigate this trip. He has speed. I don't think he's fast enough to run with some of the other pace setters in here, but he won't be too far off of it. This is a good group of horses that have a lot of the same form coming into today, so it's a tough race to handicap. But right now, the betting public making your favorite, the number 4 horse, at 3-2. We'll take a closer look at these horses as they come trackside. We're 15 minutes away from race number 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Airdrie Stud Starter Allowance 3-year-olds and up. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Scratch the 1, Cersei, and scratch the 2, Remy's Moon. A reminder, the 4, Run Jalen Run, first time reported gelding. Post time at 7 minutes.
Well, the money is really coming in on the number 4, Run Jalen Run, off the 3-month freshening for trainer Joe Sharp. This horse certainly took a long time to figure it out. He had always been incredibly consistent going against Maiden Special Weight Company, but the light bulb really turned on 2 starts back when he broke his maiden by over 4 lengths against Maiden Special Weight Company at Churchill Downs. He would come back to put on another really good effort. He lost to a horse by the name of Not This Boy. Not This Boy would come back to finish second by a nose in the Ellis Park Derby, posting a 97 Beyer speed figure for that effort. So horses have gone on outside of that last race to perform and improve, which is always a good sign. And this horse has been apparently gelded since his last race as well. He was a Clocker Report pick. We've highlighted him on Today at Keeneland this morning. And in fact, the report was that he had been, or 2 works ago, he had worked in company with a horse by the name of Invulnerable, who actually ran well on yesterday's program, finishing second. And then he came back to just blow out a little 3 furlongs by himself in 37 1/5 seconds. So this is a horse that I think will do well with a little bit of freshening. Maybe he will, take another step forward after being gelded today. But he's always been a very consistent type. And I think you have to really focus on where the money is going in this race. And clearly the money is going to Run Jalen Run at 8-5. The 7-horse B-Sud was the other horse that I wanted to talk about, just because he just has so much size and scope and strength to him. I really liked how he looked today. His last race was one of his better races that we have ever seen from him. He's always been very competitive against Starter Allowance Company in the past, so this is just the right type of race for him. I guess if you could take the negative approach, if he's going to go shorter in odds, he is only 2 for 20. So although he's been very consistent throughout his career, he doesn't always find that winner's circle. But I did like what I saw from him. He is getting a little warm on the track today, but in the paddock where I saw him just a few moments ago, he did look great here for the connections, the 7 B-Sud. But the betting public making it all about the 4, Run Jalen Run, off the 3-month freshening. We'll see what he can do, as he is your favorite at 3-2. We are 3 minutes out from race number 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Airdrie Stud. Moving into line, third race. Your attention, please. Late scratch, scratch number 4, Run Jalen Run. Late scratch in Keeneland's third race, scratch the 4, Run Jalen Run. Windows remain open. Moving into line, race 3. Devil's Got a Cause, the first to move into line. Here is Warrior Richard. Now, Google joke. B Sud goes in. 2 more to load. Here's Cawcab. Mo running, the last one. Going in. They are at the post. And they're off. B Sud is quick into stride. B Sud comes right out for the lead. Devil's Got a Cause will go with him, though, and Devil's Got a Cause moves up. Now takes a lead as they head up the back stretch. And here comes Google Joke from in between that pair. Now to challenge B Sud for the second spot. Mo running is fourth toward the far outside. Warrior Richard back toward the rail. And Cawcab trails the midpoint of the back stretch. Devil's Got a Cause, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Google Joke second between horses by just a neck. Here's B Sud now stacking up to the far outside as they leave the backstretch, head on to the far turn. The opening quarter, 22.74 seconds. So B Sud is going to be 3 wide onto the turn, less than a length off the lead. Google Joke between horses. Devil's Got a Cause saves the ground against the rail. Now here's Mo running, beginning to close in from fourth, within 2 lengths of the leader. Starts looking for more running room, shifting lanes to the outside. Warrior Richard is also looking for running room now, and is fifth, just 3 from the front. B Sud has the lead, top of the stretch. It's B Sud by a length and a half. Mo running is second up on the outside, and Warrior Richard had to go wide, lost some ground doing so, but is third, 5 lengths off the lead. B Sud, Mo running takes aim, and Warrior Richard hasn't given up yet, and is still running down the center of the track. Warrior Richard coming after B Sud, and Mo running between that pair. Mo running ahead in front. Warrior Richard now takes the lead. Warrior Richard rallies up to win it. Mo running second, B Sud across the line in the third position. And then further back, Cawcab fourth.
Couple of horses hooking up on the front end and setting some pretty honest fractions, and the 7 B Sud being one of them. He pressed the pace about 3 wide, and I think that wide trip kind of caught up with him late, as it is a cavalry charge coming down the lane. It looked like the 9 Mo running was going to be a factor, and then here comes the number 5 Warrior Richard, swooping past those two to his inside under jockey Jose Ortiz and pulling off the upset at 8-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 5 Warrior Richard finished first. 9 Mo running second. 7 B Sud third. 8 Cawcab fourth. 5, 9, 7, 8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Airdrie Stud, the unofficial winner, number 5, Warrior Richard. Owned by the Epona Racing Stable of Brian Colnan, Toga Party Racing Stable of Clifford Lawrence Jr., trained by Joe Sharp, Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Warrior Richard, a 4-year-old gelded son of peace and justice out of Bell's Orb by Orb. Bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. 1 minute 23.15 seconds for the 7 furlongs over the fast main track. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Atticus Keene is joined by representatives of Airdrie Stud to present the trophy for the third race, the Airdrie Stud to the connections of Warrior Richard. And the results are official. 5-9-7-8, the official results. Race 3. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Track is fast. Turf listed good today. Scratch the 5 shortstop and scratch 13 halfway tempted.
Race number 4 is up next. Horses in the paddock here. They'll be heading out to the main track at the distance of 7 furlongs in a moment's time. This is a maiden claiming race, maiden $50,000 claiming race to be specific. And the number 10, Deputy Mischief, he did face slightly tougher last time out for trainer Eddie Keneally. This horse also did not get out of the starting gate. It's become a bit of a habit, which definitely concerns me. But I like the fact that he comes in second off the freshening, second time for the Eddie Keneally barn, and he steps down in class once again. Louis Saya is the hot hand today. He won the first 2 races as well. Hopefully he can guide this horse a little bit better out of the starting gate, because it does seem to be a problem. Now, at 7 furlongs, I think he can overcome that, especially against this group of horses. It definitely seems like there's enough pace in here, but you certainly don't want him to be lagging behind the field because of a poor break. So hopefully he can fix that issue today. The number 7, Ain't No Joke, is the second pick for me. Brian Lynch sends his horse out, and he has only had this horse for 1 start. That was last time out at Kentucky Downs. You can understand why they tried this horse at Kentucky Downs, because his debut was actually not that bad on the turf at Santa Anita. He came back to kind of run a little evenly at Del Mar against Maiden Special Weight Company. Again, that was last fall. But at least this horse, I think he will benefit from the drop in class and the move back here to the main track, especially at this distance. He tried 7X last time out. He was running on a little bit late, and I think he should be able to sit a mid-pack trip against this group. And then the 1-7 Taylors should show speed from the inside post position, and that's really why I picked him in here, because you don't see a lot of pace in this race. I'm talking about horses that my top 2 selections, they had trouble in their last 2. They came from off of the pace. There's not a lot of speed in here. Maybe it'll come from one of these lightly raced horses, but at least you know what you get with the number 1-7 Taylors. He is going to go from the inside, and he has that foundation underneath of him to be fit enough to handle the 7 furlongs. I do like him at 9-1. I think 9-1 is a great price on a horse like this who has proven in the past that he can make the lead. He's fast enough to set those fractions, and he does draw the rail post position. So I think he can have the advantage in terms of the pace scenario from that rail post position. But this is a tricky group of horses. A lot of lightly raced horses doing this for the first time. So there is definitely a lot going on in this race. I thought it was one of the trickier races on today's program. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses as they come trackside in a moment. 15 minutes away from race number 4. Pick 3 wagering is available in this 4th race. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Godolphin Maiden Claiming Race. The price $50,000. Maidens age 3 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Scratch the 5 shortstop and scratch 13 halfway tempted. A reminder about the overweight 9 Skelly Road, the jockey 2 pounds over. Post time in 5 minutes.
Betting public having a difficult time finding a favorite. Right now, the favorite is the 7-8 No Joke, but we'll take a look at some other horses in here. The number 4, Line of Scrimmage, being one of them. And when you look at his last 2 races, you can see that there are plenty of trouble lines here, but I have a feeling that this horse is causing his own trouble just from watching him walk down the horse path and onto the track. He was shying away at so many things, so many different people he was shying away from. So I do think that he's kind of on this, he's a little bit immature from a mindset standpoint, but I do like the fact that Tyler Gaffalione is giving him a good, strong warm-up to try to shift that focus to the task at hand. But he is acting a little silly out there on track. If he can figure it out, I do think he's got some talent, and maybe today he does figure it out. The number 8, Noble Eagle, is Tom Leach's long shot of the day. He's sent out by trainer Whit Beckman. Florent Drew aboard here today, and he did make a nice appearance. I do think he'll appreciate a little bit more distance from the 6 furlongs to the 7 furlongs today. And I was just talking to Tom Leach about why he liked this horse. He said he broke slowly. He made a really interesting early move on the backside and then just kind of picked up the pieces from there. He never really gave up. So despite that poor break, he did continue to run on. And I definitely think the dirt is a preferred surface. He did run on the turf in his first 3 races, but 7/8 I think is going to be more ideal for this horse. And then the 11, Chun Money, was a horse that I wanted to talk about as a long shot here. I thought he just looked really nice on the post braid coming out to the track. He's making a second start off of a long layoff. He actually had some good form at Oaklawn over the course of the winter as well. So maybe consider this long shot runner in the exacta and the trifecta at 19-1. They're ready for post time in about 2 minutes for the 4th.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Godolphin. Moving into line, race 4. Skelly Road comes forward, along with Big Walt. Deputy Mischief moves into line. Chun Money goes in. Prince Day comes forward. Now line of scrimmage. Charbonne. Game point, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Skelly Road broke alertly, along with Chun Money. Deputy Mischief between that pair, Ain't No Joke, and Line of Scrimmage. Line of Scrimmage comes up from the inside, has a narrow lead. Ain't No Joke right there between horses. Skelly Road a close-up third. Chun Money fourth. Deputy Mischief fifth. Seven Taylors is in sixth. Big Walt is seventh. Game Point is eighth on the far outside. Then a break of 6 more lengths. Back to Noble Eagle, who travels along near the back of the pack, travels next to last here as they head for the far turn. And then Charbonne Charbon, who is at the back. Opening quarter went in 22.48 seconds. Onto the turn, line of scrimmage, leading Ain't No Joke by a length and a half. Skelly rode third on the outside, then Seven Taylors back toward the rail. Chun Money is toward the outside in fifth, still running 6 lengths off the lead, followed by Deputy Mischief back toward the rail, who's lost ground around the far turn, and then Big Walt and Game Point come next, Noble Eagle, and finally Charbon, the distant trailer, as they turn for home, and line of scrimmage has a 5-length lead. Top of the stretch, Chun Money goes to work, has been toward the outside since the start from that outside starting spot, and now is challenging Seven Taylors for second, but that pair still 5 lengths behind line of scrimmage, who's kicking on through the final furlong. Further back, Ain't No Joke is a distant fourth, and Big Walt is fifth, and line of scrimmage is already by the 16th pole and on his way to the winner's circle. Line of scrimmage to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. It's going to be close for second as they come across the wire. It's going to be a head bob to decide runner-up, Chun Money or Seven Taylors.
Well, this horse has been a bit of a troublemaker in his past 2 races, but he kept to task here today under jockey Tyler Gaffalione. He broke a lot sharper coming out of the starting gate, and nobody could run with him. Again, this is a horse that is slowly starting to figure it out. He definitely seems to have some talent, and he certainly figured it out today. Improved gate speed and spouting this field here a couple of lengths, winning very easily in the end. Brad Cox picks up another victory at the meet, as does Tyler Gaffalione, and pulling off a minor upset here at 5-1. The number 4 line of scrimmage, your unofficial winner of race number 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 4, line of scrimmage, was first. 11, Chun Money second. The 1, Seven Taylors third. The 2, Big Walt fourth. 4, 11, 1, 2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Godolphin, the unofficial winner, number 4, line of scrimmage, owned by Titletown Racing LLC of Paul Farr, owned also by Hoffman Family Racing of Gregory Hoffman, Keeber Racing LLC, Rick Keeber, and Andrew Sauve, trained by Brad Cox and the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Line of scrimmage, 3-year-old son of Audible, out of Oh Boo Hoo by Calf Wayne, bred in Kentucky by Versatile Thoroughbreds LLC. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 23.62 seconds over the fast main track. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Peggy Bray is joined by representatives of Godolphin to present the trophy for the fourth race, the Godolphin, to the connections of Line of Scrimmage. Inquiry sign has been posted on the infield board. Stewards inquiry focusing on the start for number 3, Prince Day. That is the reason for the inquiry sign. Stewards focusing on the start for number 3, Prince Day. Stewards have completed their inquiry. Number 3, Prince Day, is considered a starter in today's fourth race. Again, stewards have ruled number 3, Prince Day, is considered a starter for the fourth race. Inquiry complete. 4:11.12, the result. Results for race 4 official. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. No carryover. Start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Races 5, 8, and 10 make up that wager. The turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet today. No carryover for the pick 6. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Change of equipment for the 8 Smooth Waves. Blinkers off. Change of equipment. Number 8 Smooth Waves. Blinkers off.
field is in the paddock for the 5th race. This race obviously does kick off that $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 8, and 10 are within the sequence. This race also kicks off the Pick 6 today. So lots of wagering action happening in this 5th race. They'll be heading out to the good listed turf course at the distance of 1 1/16 for this first level allowance race. And the 12 Manushka is going to be the top selection for me. She is coming in off of a bit of a freshening. We haven't seen her since the beginning of June, and that was in France. She had a very strong campaign in France, and this is first time for Brendan Walsh in the States. Overall, first time in North America for Brendan Walsh. 43% positive ROI, over $3 for that ROI. It's just a very strong move for Brendan Walsh and the team. And I just think her form from Europe, from France, just dominates against this group today. No disrespect for the rest of the field, but, you know, this filly's been going against legitimate Group 1, Group 3, Group 2 company. She almost won a Group 3 back in the beginning of April, or I should say mid-April, at Longchamp. And she actually faced the likes of Kendala, who we will be seeing this weekend in the Grade 1 QE2 this weekend. So, you know, the form lines are there. I definitely think the talent's there. If she can maintain her form in the States, I really think she is the horse to beat. If you get 2-1, that's a gift. That is a great price on this horse. The 8 Smooth Waves is the alternate for me. I know it looks like she's been soundly defeated against Allowance Company in the past couple of starts, but she's actually gone against some really good horses at the allowance level. Stylish Sue being one of them, who ran well at Keeneland on opening weekend. Pharaoh's Wine in the running mix as well. She didn't necessarily handle Kentucky Downs last time out, so I'll give her a pass for that. But her 2 races at Ellis and at Churchill were very good. And mind you, her race at Churchill was coming in off of a long layoff last seen in October of last year. So Smooth Waves is going to be kind of the priced horse that I wanted to use at 17-1. And then that takes us to the number 6, Ragtime Lady. I think another horse that you can consider at 10-1 for trainer Tom Amos. She comes into the race off of back-to-back second place finishes. You know, she's a filly that definitely needs the right type of pace setup. She needs to have that appropriately timed move. Edgar Morales is back aboard her today. He seemed to figure her out during the winter at Fairgrounds. He actually was aboard her when she broke her maiden against Maiden Special Weight Company. And she's just been so close that I think that she can be competitive against this group. I think there'll be an honest pace. Just looking at some of the pace setters, the 2, Red River Magic, she could be forwardly placed. The 5, Do-Gooder, definitely a speedy type of filly. So she should be able to get an honest pace in here. Not sure what the favorite Manushka, where she's going to be sitting. She did have a little bit of speed in her French races, but again, sometimes that form doesn't always translate here to North America. We'll see what she can do, as she is the favorite right now at 2-1, but a competitive group of fillies and mares going postward in this upcoming event. Again, this race does kick off the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10. And here's a look at the sequence as I see it. I am going to be using the 8 Smooth Waves as the backup here, but the 12 Manushka is going to be the top pick. I'm just going to be using those 2 horses in the first leg of the sequence. When we look at race number 8, it's an allowance race on the turf, going 1 1/16. All the pace in there scratched. So I think that the 3 Master of Foxhounds, although he might not be in the best form of his life, he might be able to dictate the pace in that race. And I use several others in there as well, including my top selection, the 10, Chasing the Crown. As we get to the last leg of the sequence and the last race of the day, race number 10, 1 1/8 on the turf. It's a maiden special weight race. I like the 6 Half Dome. This horse was really unfortunate to lose his last race. I honestly thought that he got a lot to go his way, but he ran a really fast race, and he lost to a horse who would come back to win his subsequent start. I also use the 5, Fort Thomas, who is making his 11th career start as well, but he's running fast enough figs that I think make him competitive against this group today. So that's a look at the all-turf Keeneland Pick 3. Best of luck if you're wagering on that or in the Pick 6. We'll take a closer look at these horses as they come trackside in a moment.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Spendthrift, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th on the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, started the pick 6, no carryover. And also started the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Equipment change for the 8 Smooth Waves, blinkers off today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16, did not draw into the race. Post time at 6 minutes.
Looking at your favorite here, the number 12, Manushka. She just walked down the horse path and going through this post parade here. She is tossing her head a little bit with this outrider pony, but prior to this, she was just acting like a very classy lady here, and she also looks very fit coming in off of the layoff. Again, we haven't seen her since the beginning of June, and that was at Longchamp in France. So it looks like she has traveled here well. She's holding on to condition. She's maintaining that condition, but at the same time also looking very fit here for the connection. So I do like what I see from the favorite. Not backing off her here today, but I'll talk about some other horses. The 11 for Love and Honor, she definitely made a lovely appearance here. As you take a closer look there at the favorite, she's looking great breaking away from the pony. But for Love and Honor, I get the feeling that this is a filly that's starting to kind of figure it out. Her first several races weren't very good. She did face some good horses at the maiden special weight level, but she finally figured it out last time out at Kentucky Downs. Does that Kentucky Downs form translate here today? We shall see, especially against this good group of allowance horses. But I really liked how she looked today when you kind of compare her to some of the more lightly framed fillies in this race. I do like that she's holding on to that condition, and she looks extremely fit coming into today's effort. The number 4, Weigh the Risks, is the second choice in the wagering at 3-1. Your favorite is the 12 at 9-5. And outside of that, you're getting good prices on pretty much all the other runners. But Weigh the Risks, I can understand why she is being bet. The connections alone, Clarvich Stables, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr. But her races have been a little bit lackluster as of late. her race 2 starts back at Churchill Downs was a little disappointing, and maybe I can give her a pass for that because Churchill Downs turf this season was a little on the quirky side, and perhaps she just didn't handle the surface. But she did come back to be the beaten favorite last time out, and I didn't love how she finished that race. They hit the brakes a little bit. They freshened her since then, so maybe she'll come back in a better way. But I do think she has to take a big step forward in order to beat the favorite.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Spendthrift, start of the Pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 2, Red River Magic. Keeneland's 5th race, scratch number 2, Red River Magic. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian. Moving into line, race 5. Weigh the risks and milieu. Moving into line. Robin Sage comes forward for Love and Honor, along with Do-Gooder. Ragtime Lady with Manushka, the last one. Last one going in at the post. And they're off. Here's Cairo Street and Weigh the Wrist from the inside. Do-Gooder moves up to their outside now, and Smooth Waves comes forward in the center of the course and is joined there by Robin Sage on the far outside. It is Smooth Waves with the lead from in between horses. Do-Gooder a close-up second toward the inside. Robin Sage forwardly placed but wide in third into the first turn. Weigh the Risks against the rail is in fourth. Ragtime Lady between horses fifth. For Love and Honor is a wide sixth, moves up a spot around the first turn. Cairo Street back toward the rail is seventh. Milieu is in eighth. Moonlight Gambler is ninth off the first turn. Manushka tucked away at the back of the pack and goes side by side there with Curlin's Magic, who travels wide off the turn in last. 23.93 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Smooth Waves is the leader. Smooth Waves leads it by 3/4 of a length. Robin Sage is second on the outside, the same margin. Back to Do-Gooder, who's third against the rail by a half length and is joined by For Love and Honor to the far outside in the fourth position. And then Ragtime Lady, who is fifth in between horses. Weigh the Risks, Milieu, Cairo Street, Moonlight Gambler, Manushka next to last, and then Curlin's Magic is at the back. It was 49.39 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Midway on the final turn, it is still Smooth Waves up front. Leads it by a length to Robin Sage in second. For Love and Honor, a wide third. Do-Gooder is fourth back toward the inside. Manushka has a lot of work to do. She's in traffic. She's down toward the rail, 7 lengths off the lead. Smooth Waves has the lead. Now Manushka's trying to find room to the inside. Here's Do-Gooder to the outside. Weigh the Risk is fourth against the rail. Smooth Waves with Manushka coming up the inside, and Manushka is in front. Once she found the room she needed, she was gone with the lead. It is Manushka to win it. Going to be close for second, either Smooth Waves or Do-Gooder. Behind that pair, Weigh the Risks was fourth.
This filly had a lot of work to do in the beginning stages of this race, but it was a heads-up ride by jockey Tyler Gaffleone. She had that outside post position. He essentially took her back to last to try to save ground, and then somehow maneuvered his way in between the entire field to somehow save ground and figure out a trip from the back of the pack to the front of the pack by the time they got to the finish line. You can see here him trying to navigate this trip in between horses, the 4 to his inside, the 10 to his outside. He does get a seam, and down on the inside he didn't have to lose any ground today. This was an incredible ride, and he definitely had the horse underneath of him to pull it off as well. Impressive stateside debut for Manushka as she gets the win at even money.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 12, Manushka, finished first. Number 8, Smooth Waves, was second. Number 5, Do-Gooder, third. Number 4, Weigh the Risks, was fourth. 12.854 unofficial. Race 5 results official. 12-8-5-4, the official results. The official winner of Race 5, the Spendthrift, in the winner's circle, the 12 Manushka, owned by Carré de Charme of Your Honor Lucian, trained by Brendan Walsh. Back-to-back wins for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Manushka, 3-year-old filly by Star Spangled Banner out of Mouillet Point, by Motivator, bred in Great Britain by Salatine, Pearl Champs-Élysées. 1 minute 44.47 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Andrew Turbeck is joined by representatives of Spendthrift to present the trophy for the 5th race, the Spendthrift, to the connections of Manushka. Keeneland 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf good. Scratch the 1, Carrara. Scratch number 1, Carrara.
Race number 6 on the card, start of the late pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse as we're down to the final 5 races on this 10-race card. Scratch the number 1 horse, Carrara, and leaves us with a field of 8. It's a $62,500 non-Mortisa 2 claiming event for fillies and mares 3 and up. They'll be traveling 7 furlongs on the main track, which continues to be fast as it has been throughout the entire meet thus far here at Keeneland Racecourse. Claret Beret, the number 6 horse, is 4-1 from Brendan Walsh, Qatar Racing, and Tyler Gaffleone. Gaffleone and Walsh looking for back-to-back wins on the card. And here's a filly that has run well in the past here at Keeneland. In start 2 of her career, in her first attempt on grass after being debuted on the synthetic at Turfway Park, put together one of the better performances of her career. And she stayed pretty steady throughout a majority of her career. Aside from the one race at Ellis Park in August on the turf course, she didn't run to what we had seen from her in the past. She takes this drop down in class here today to the claiming ranks of 62,500, and that's enough for me. I think that this filly is more than capable getting back to a conventional turf course off of that try at Kentucky Downs where she was chasing a very fast pace going 7 furlongs. Can't imagine the pace will be nearly as quick here today. And Brendan Walsh, when he drops a horse in for a tag for the first time, his horses, he doesn't do it a lot, but he's winning 30% of the time, and over half the time they're finishing in the top 3. So a strong angle for this barn, and a daughter of Not This Time as she gets some class relief here this afternoon in race number 6. The 7-horse Sarir also taking in the drop in class for a barn that does very well when putting horses in for a tag for the first time. That's trainer Wesley Ward. This is an American Pharaoh filly that was good enough to win going 7 furlongs back here at Keeneland, I should say, on the main track in April of this year, when she broke her maiden. So Sarir, a speedy filly. She cuts back in distance. A lot of reasons to like this 7-2 shot right now for Susan Moulton, with Johnny Velasquez getting an opportunity to ride her as he broke her maiden here at Keeneland. Just seems to be the right distance for her, and with some class relief as well, I think that she'll be very solid in and amongst this group to sit at odds of 7-2. Now, Catching Heat, the number 5 horse, the 3rd selection for Chad Brown. She's done nothing but race on dirt. She's also taking a class drop, and these 3 fillies really look very similar when you look at the form that they come in to this race with. High-profile barns, high-profile riders, and barns that do very well when they drop horses in for a tag for the first time. 34% win percentage for Chad Brown in for the claiming price for the first time with particular runners, and that's the case here with Catching Heat. So this is a pretty evenly matched trio to focus in on my end with the 6, 7, and 5 here, as you've got 9-5 on the 5 and then a couple of 7-2 shots. So makes it a very competitive race. I go 6, 7, 5 to start this late pick 5 here today. Gabby's top 3 selections, 2, 5, and 8. And we'll see how it turns out as we're less than 13 minutes away from race number 6 right here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The Coolmore for fillies and mares age 3 and up with a claiming price of $62,500. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 1, Carrara. Main track fast, turf good. Post time 6 minutes.
One more, just one more. Oh, thank you. We'll give it to sister. Look at the horses. Now, where's she at? Oh, she's coming. Oh. Do they like any movies, like Frozen? Do they know Frozen? Oh, yes, they love. I don't really play with most. They don't really care. They love, you know, not much TV. They'd rather be outside and play. Thank you so much. It's good to have you. You think it's a great day to come?
Can I get your picture with these 2 little girls over here? Yeah, they're all right over here. So, you know what? He can make that sound like a horse. I couldn't find it. Oh, how about that?
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Coolmore, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Run of the Streets comes forward. Catching Heat and Sarir. Belle Cherie moves into line. Mustang Lady will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Catching Heat. Catching Heat right out for the early lead. Sarir and Belle Cherie to the far outside, and these apples his 4th down toward the inside. Claret Beret comes away in the 5th position, about 3 lengths off the early lead. Lee Meta Trainer is 6th back toward the inside. Mustang Lady has to go to the center of the racetrack to try to move up a couple of spots from last, just outside of Run of the Streets, who is tucked in between horses as they move off the end of the backstretch. Sarir has the lead by a length. These apples 2nd ahead, and then Belle Cherie 3rd up on the outside. Catching Heat is now 4th down toward the rail. Looks for some running room, 2 lengths off the lead. Claret Beret moves by to her outside. 22.93 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Claret Beret has now moved up from 5th into 3rd. It is Sarir who leads around the far turn. 3/4 of a length. Belle Cherie, 2nd 3/4 of a length. Claret Beret 3rd up on the far outside. Then a gap of 3 more lengths. Catching Heat is trying to get going from between horses. Still in 5th and still trying to get by to the outside of these apples, who's there in 4th. Claret Beret comes forward. Belle Cherie between horses. Sarir to the inside. Sarir fights on, but Claret Beret has a narrow lead into the final furlong. In fact, Claret Beret now starts to open up. Leads it by 2 lengths, now by 3. It is Claret Beret moving on for the finish. Tyler Gaffalione, 3rd win on the card. Claret Beret to take it. Sarir home 2nd. Catching Heat was up in time to get 3rd.
The 3 class droppers go 1, 2, 3, led by Claret Beret, who was bet down to 8-5 at post time to go off as the favorite, as Brendan Walsh and Tyler Gaffalione strike in back-to-back races. She just kept in touch with the field, ranged up alongside of him. Tyler Gaffalione waited, and once he pressed the button, she absolutely accelerated away from this group. Claret Beret for Qatar Racing Again, Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone score in race number 6 here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 6, Claret Beret, first; number 7, Sarir, second; number 5, Catching Heat, third; number 8, Bel Cherie, fourth. 6-7-5-8, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Coolmore, the unofficial winner, number 6, Claret Beret, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani. Back-to-back wins for the trainer-jockey combination, Brendan Walsh and Tyler Gaffleone. Tyler Gaffleone's 3rd win overall on the card. Claret Beret, 3-year-old filly by Not This Time out of Bessem, by medalist bred in Kentucky by Mitch Haynes. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 23.63 seconds over the fast main track. Results of race 6 official, 6-7-5-8, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Hazley Shearer is joined by representatives of Coolmore to present the trophy for the 6th race, the Coolmore, to the connections of Claret Beret. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast. Race 7 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 4, Along Comes a Woman. Scratch number 8, Nana Grace. Also scratch the 12, Trading Secrets. And scratch the 15, Mackenzie's Glory. A reminder, both number 13 and number 14 draw into the race, Margot's Angel and Pediatric Princess jockeys as programmed.
A lot of options here in race number 7 for these 2-year-old fillies. Maiden special weight 2-year-old filly event, 1.16 miles the distance. First wire finish and short stretch in play here for race 7 to start the late pick 4. And I think we're getting a good price on trading strategy just because of the size of the field. 7-2 on the favorite, the number 2 horse, My Top Selection, a quality road filly out of the first dam Dothraki C, who was purchased for $500,000 last year in September at the Keeneland September sale by Klarovich Stables. She was debuted at Saratoga in August and ended up finishing 4th that day. Pretty even 4th place finish behind La Cara, who would go on and win the Grade 3 Pocahontas out of that race, and then Quick Kick, who would win her next start and finish 2nd in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. She's kept strong company in just that one race, comes out of a tough maiden special weight event at Saratoga, and given the way that she ran in that sprint event, looks like she should appreciate the stretch out and distance, and she is bred to get a distance like this and even further if they opted to go in that direction. She's by Quality Road out of a Union Rags first dam, so the stamina pedigree is there for trading strategy. Combine that with coming out of that live race. Irad Ortiz Jr., soon to be in the saddle, trained by Chad Brown, a $500,000 yearling. A lot of things that add up to a filly that makes a lot of sense in this 7th race. And hopefully we can get somewhere near 7-2 on trading strategy, the number 2 horse here in race number 7. I'll go then further to the outside for my second choice, Dawn After Dawn for Brendan Walsh, the number 10 horse. This is a filly by Complexity who showed improvement in her most recent start. She showed steady improvement in her 3 starts. She looks wonderful out there. She's from the first crop of Complexity, that freshman sire who's had a really nice start to his stallion career with multiple 2-year-old winners here in 2024. But she got even better when stretching out to a further distance last time out, and at odds of 18-1, she outran her odds at Churchill Downs to finish 3rd, beating a length and a half. And Tyler Gaffalione and Brendan Walsh, they're having the day here on Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland Racecourse. They're looking for 3 wins in a row, having won the last 2 races, 5, 6, and looking for race number 7 with this filly who is currently sitting at odds of 5-1 on the tote board. So ride the hot hand of Dawn After Dawn if you're inclined to do so, with Gaffalione and Brendan Walsh teaming up once again with a live runner. And then the number 3 horse, my third choice, Pneumonia, the daughter of Tiz the Law for Vicky Oliver. She's sprinted twice in her career. Now she stretches out. And looking at pedigrees, she's by Tiz the Law, who was a Grade 1 winner, won the Travers Stakes, one of the best 3-year-olds of his crop of 3-year-olds from a few years back out of an American Pharaoh first dam. This is a filly that they paid $190,000 for earlier this year in March down in Ocala, Florida. So she should improve going 2 turns if she stays true to her pedigree. It's not always the defining aspect of what a horse is able to do, but you look at pedigrees to try to predict what they'll be best at, and she should be better coming out of those 6-furlong sprints at Ellis and Churchill Downs, now getting a chance to go 2 turns here this afternoon. 7-1 on the board right now. Mentioned this starts the late pick 4. I'll go 2 deep. I'll go 210 to start things off with my top 2 selections. Then in race number 8, a difficult allowance race on the turf course, the 1 Major Dude, who will get plenty of attention coming out of his run in the 4-star Dave, finding an easier spot. The 3 Master of Foxhounds could be able to control that race in race number 8, and he comes out of nothing but stakes competition over the last couple of years. He's an old war horse who's made over $675,000, so respect him and the position that he should have forward in that race. And then the number 6 horse, Gigante, the millionaire son of Not This Time for Steve Asmussen, freshened up, coming off the 6-month layoff. He's a very good horse, and he could be primed for a nice second half of the season here starting at Keeneland Racecourse. In race number 9, 2 and 9, those are the top 2 plays. World record for Rudy Brisset. And then the number 9 horse, that's Slider coming in from the West Coast. But a horse that's gotten a lot of discussion. Gabby touched on this earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland. I've got other colleagues that have really looked towards Agu in race number 9. So consider the 7 horse Agu in that 9th event and that 3rd leg of this late pick 4. And then closing things out in race number 10, maiden special weight event, going 1 mile and 1/8. I look for coverage there. 3, 5, 6, and 8. I think the 5, 6, and 8 speak for themselves, especially Halfdome. I'm most intrigued by him, but I'm taking a shot with Lose Legacy, the 3, getting his second opportunity on grass. He's a half-brother to a couple of turf winners, and his only turf try came at Kentucky Downs, and he could improve here at Keeneland. So that's why I'm throwing the 3 on the final leg of this late pick 4 ticket. Just a $24 investment.
gets underway in 12 minutes. Race number 7 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Klein Racing. Maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies at 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 4, Along Comes a Woman. Scratch number 8, Nana Grace. Also scratch the 12, Trading Secrets, and scratch 15, Mackenzie's Glory. A reminder, both number 13 and 14 draw into the race. Margot's Angel and Pediatric Princess jockeys as programmed. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Here's a look at a filly that is pretty live on the tote board and has been throughout. The number 5 horse, G's Eloise for Kenny McPeak. This is a filly by Vacoma, who's had a couple of winners over the past 2 days, one today, one yesterday. And we saw a horse that was stretching out to errata ground for the first time earlier today by Vacoma that appreciated it. So Vacoma, one of the top freshman sires of this year in 2024. It's a filly that would worry me a little bit not having her on my ticket. She's 5-1 on the board right now. Plenty live for Kenny McPeak, M5 Racing, and Brian Hernandez. The number 7 horse, Pretty Tappet. She is a Pretty Tappet. She's a daughter of the all-world stallion Tappet out of the Warfront First Dam, Pretty at War, bred by Whisper Hill Farm, carrying the fuchsia and yellow silks of Whisper Hill Farm, with Frankie Dettori getting the opportunity to ride here today. She's 11-1 on the board right now. Big filly, big gray filly is Pretty Tappet. So you can see why they're opting to run her long on debut. And trainer Steve Asmussen leaning on Frankie Dettori in this instance. Not a pairing that you often see, but one that we see coming together here today at Keeneland, with this filly getting set to debut. And another filly who's got some size to her as well, that is Short Leaf Stables Poppyland, the number 11 horse. She's a daughter of the champion West Coast out of a real quiet First Dam, who's been very productive. She's had several winners, had 2-year-old success as well. She looks like she'll enjoy every bit of this long distance at odds of 31-1. Just a physical observation on the 11 horse Poppy Land. Closing in on post time, less than a minute to post. Race 7 to start the late pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Klein Racing, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Dawn After Dawn goes in. Here's Eunomia at Poppyland. Margot's Angel comes forward. G's Eloise gets set to move into line. Pediatric Princess, the last one. Going to the Sun goes in. The last one comes forward. Goes in. First wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Eunomia. Quick into stride. Margot's Angel moving fast, trying to clear the inside traffic and style it in between horses. Margot's Angel moves up and has the lead. Eunomia is second as they head into the first turn and moves one lane off the rail. Style It goes 3 wide around the first turn, now double wide in that third position. Zen's Dreams is racing next, and Zen Dreams is fourth along the rail, saving ground from the inside starting spot. Pediatric Princess is fifth on the outside, off the first turn. G's Eloise is sixth, Dawn After Dawn seventh, Trading Strategy eighth, Poppyland is a wide ninth onto the backstretch. Pretty Tappet is in between horses 10th and Going to the Sun, last of 11. The opening quarter went in 23.71 seconds. Margot's Angel against the rail, leading Eunomia by 3/4 of a length, and a gap of 3 more lengths back to Style It, who travels in third. Another margin of 3 to Pediatric Princess in fourth. Zen Dreams is fifth. Dawn After Dawn between horses in sixth, running nearly 10 lengths off the lead as they go to the far turn. Then G's Eloise, followed by Poppyland, who will be wide to the turn. 47.26 seconds the time for the first half mile. It is Margot's Angel leading Eunomia by less than a length around the turn. Then a gap of 3 back to Style It in third, and then 5 more lengths. Poppyland is fourth on the outside. Pediatric Princess is in fifth. G's Eloise, then Trading Strategy, top of the short stretch here. Trading Strategy is still nearly 10 lengths from the front, has to go out to the grandstand side, and Eunomia has wrestled the lead away from Margot's Angel. Trading Strategy coming late into the final furlong. Eunomia in front. Trading Strategy is second. Eunomia leads by 5, by 4, by 3, but here's the wire. Eunomia and John Velasquez to win it.
Well, the two routes to a stretch-out angle in full display here with Eunomia and that pedigree, the daughter of Tiz the Law out of the American Pharoah First Dam, able to tussle up front on the front end, and she puts away Margot's Angel at the top of the stretch. The 12, she was coming, but also the wire coming up quicker. Eunomia, 10-1 to start the late pick 4 here at Keeneland in race number 7.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 3, Eunomia, finished first. Number 2, Trading Strategy, was second. The 11, Poppyland, was third. Number 13, Margot's Angel, fourth. 3, 2, 11, 13, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Klein Racing. The unofficial winner, number 3, Eunomia, owned by Jewel Box Racing of Catherine Day, trained by Vicky Oliver, John Velasquez, the winning jockey, and the results are now official. Eunomia, 2-year-old filly by Tiz the Law, out of Speedy Vanessa by American Pharoah, bred in Kentucky by Breed First LLC. Keeneland sales grad gets a mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 46.14 seconds. Results are official, 3, 2, 11, 13, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Colt Hardy is joined by representatives of Klein Racing and the Klein Family Foundation to present the trophy for the 7th race. The Klein Racing, Klein Family Foundation to the connections of Eunomia. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 4, Johnny's Fireball, and scratch the 7, Uncle Jake.
Race number 8, moving back to the turf course, second leg of the all-turf pick 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse, our featured event on the afternoon, and a stakes quality field of allowance runners, allowance condition with stakes horses in here, including Gigante, the number 6 horse, a Keeneland September sale graduate from 2021, colt by Not This Time, who's made over $1 million during his racing career. Vast majority of that million made back in 2023 as a 3-year-old, winning the likes of the Caesars Stakes at Horseshoe Indianapolis, won the Grade 2 Secretariat at Colonial, as well as winner of the Commonwealth at Churchill Downs, won the Woodchopper as well. He had a really phenomenal 2023 campaign. And in his 2 starts this year, he's caught off turf courses. He caught a good listed turf course and a soft listed turf course down at Fairgrounds. Gets firm going to work with here this afternoon. I think that's a plus for this colt by Not This Time. And he was beaten by a good horse, and I'm Very Busy last time out in some 6 months ago at the Fairgrounds. I'm Very Busy was runner-up in the Pegasus World Cup Turf Invitational Grade 1 to the Coolmore Filly Warm Heart, and he's running Grade 1 company in each of his 2 starts after beating Gigante. That's the horse that beat him last out, and I'm Very Busy. So he's kept good competition, hopefully freshening him up and ready to roll off the layoff for a big second half for these connections. But it's amazing to me for a horse that has done so well over the course of his career, the prices that you can catch with Gigante. He won that stake at Churchill off the turf at odds of 10-1, the Grade 2 Secretariat at odds of 22-1. So he doesn't maintain a lot of respect, pari-mutually speaking. And looking at his last 10 starts, he's not been favored in any of them, and he's not going to be favored again here today, it looks, as he sits at 5-1. But he's good, and I think the firm going will be a big plus for the Not This Time colt Gigante, my top play at odds of 5-1, looking to get back into some form here at Keeneland Racecourse. The number 1 horse, Major Dude, he was beaten by Gigante when they hooked up in the Grade 2 Secretariat last August at Colonial Downs. He was a winner in an allowance race 2 starts ago at Saratoga. He's the 2-1 favorite right now, and I think due in large part to coming out of the Grade 1 4-star Dave. He only beat 1 horse that day. That's one thing you've got to keep in perspective. After being close to the pace at the Spa going a mile, he gets to go a mile and a 16th here this afternoon. Winner of the Penn Mile last year in June at Penn National. That was one of his bigger successes of his 3-year-old campaign. He's certainly a good colt, but at 2-1, I'm willing to take a shot with a horse that has beaten him in the past in Gigante. But Major Dude deserves respect here in the featured 8th event. And then Master of Foxhounds, he's a veteran runner. He's 7 years old. This is just his 2nd start this year. He was beaten by Money Supply in his first race in some time, and Money Supply is a very informed, or had been a very informed horse for trainer Joe Sharp, who really had put together some very strong efforts. So I'm not going to worry too much about that performance over yielding ground up at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But you look at the races that he raced in the West Coast, he's done nothing but compete against Stakes Company and of the graded variety. Ran in the Breeders' Cup, ran in the Grade 1 Frank E. Kilroe Mile Stakes going back to March of last year. So he's had a very stiff campaign against the best runners on the West Coast in the mile and an eighth, mile and a quarter division. And he may be able to control this race with the lack of speed in here. So Master of Foxhounds, he is a veteran runner. He's a seasoned runner, which can go a long way in these turf races. And at odds of 9-2, don't be surprised if he puts together a strong effort in his first start here at Keeneland Racecourse. A wonderful featured event coming up. Race number 8, just 12 minutes to post here at Keeneland Racecourse. Keep in mind, turf is listed as good. We've not had any rain over the last week or during these race days here at Keeneland Racecourse, but they did put some water on it on one of the off days, so that's why it sits as a good listing as it stands right now. But race number 8 coming up next here at Keeneland. Best of luck in this highly competitive featured race here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. The Gainesway, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/16 over the turf listed good. Rail at 30 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 4, Johnny's Fireball, and scratch the 7, Uncle Jake. Post time in 5 minutes.
Well, Chasing the Crown, the number 10 horse, he's moved into the favorites role and did so when they were still back over in the paddock, sitting at 2-1 right now. And here's a runner for Mike Maker with Luis Saez in the saddle, who's had a pretty productive career as well. And that's the reality of this race. This is a very deep field. And Chasing the Crown, he's run here in the past at Keeneland Racecourse, finishing third as the only other try on the turf course. Last win, you have to go back to Churchill Downs at the beginning of May of this year. And he's run in difficult competition in his couple of starts, including in those graded stakes races at Churchill taken by the Godolphin runner in Ottoman Fleet, and he was just simply outrun and got out-jumped by Ottoman Fleet in the Wise Dan Stakes the last time that those two runners hooked up. He tried him at Kentucky Downs, a course that he'd run well in the past, and finished second going back to 2023. But his most recent start, he ended up finishing fourth. He's definitely one that you can make a case for, and there are a lot to make a case for in this race. He's gone even further down in odds, 7-5 right now as he warms up, as we're 3 minutes away from our 8th and featured event on the turf course, which is listed as good. Less than 3 minutes to get those plays in here for Keeneland Race 8.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Gainesway allowance for 3-year-olds and up, to start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Moving into line, race 8. Master of Foxhounds moves into line. Tonka Warrior goes in. Here's Harlan Estate. Chasing the Crown will be the last one. Coming forward now. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There's Major Dude from the inside, out for the early lead in the opening strides. Now a whole lot of company starts to line up with him. There's Master of Foxhounds, who starts to move forward. Smoke and Tea in between that pair. And then Harlan Estate as they head down into the first turn. It's going to be Smoke and Tea who moves up against the rail and puts a head in front, as Master of Foxhounds will go second on the outside. Harlan Estate, a lane off the rail, is third, just over 3 lengths, now 4 lengths off the leader, followed by Major Dude, settles back from the inside starting spot into the 4th position. Tonka Warrior is 5th between horses, Chasing the Crown 3 wide off the first turn and onto the backstretch, moving up from 6th. Gigante is 7th back toward the inside. English Bee, last of the 8, 23.05 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Master of Foxhounds leading Smoke and Tea. Master of Foxhounds, midpoint of the backstretch, leads it by a length. Smoke and Tea second, a length and a half. Harlan Estate is third by just a neck. Major Dude inching forward against the rail in 4th. Chasing the Crown 3 wide in 5th as they head for the far turn. Still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Then Tonka Warrior, English Bee. Gigante is last against the rail. 47.52 seconds for the first half mile. Master of Foxhounds leads it by a length. Smoke and Tea second by a length. Harlan Estate is third up on the outside. Chasing the Crown has to angle a bit wider yet from 4th. Still 5 lengths off the lead. Major Dude 5th toward the inside. Looks for some more running room there. They turn for home. Chasing the Crown has to go way out to the grandstand side outside of Harlan Estate. And here comes Smoke and Tea from between horses trying to put ahead in front. But Master of Foxhound stubborn with the lead thus far. Harlan Estate trying. Tonka Warrior comes late. Major Dude is finding room in the final 16th to win it. Major Dude, Flavian Pratt, found the opening and deep stretch, moved right on by, and won the feature.
It was a scramble for home in this highly competitive group, and once Major Dude got some room to work with, he hit that split and accelerates. He gets off the rail, and he's going to burst home with his turn of foot, which was on full display here. Goes off as the second choice, but second to no one. Major Dude for Spendthrift Farm, the son of Bolt Doro, sprinting clear by better than 2 lengths in the end.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th and featured race. Number 1, Major Dude, was first. Number 3, Master of Foxhounds, was second. Number 5, Harlan Estate, third. Number 2, Smoke and Tea, was fourth. 1-3-5-2 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for the featured 8th race at Keeneland, the Gainesway #1 Major Dude, owned by Spendthrift Farm, LLC, of Eric Gustafson, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Major Dude, a 4-year-old son of Bolt Doro out of Mary Rita by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by Clear Sky Farms. Mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 43.46 seconds. Race 8 results official, 1-3-5-2, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Talon Lopez is joined by representatives of Gainesway to present the trophy for the 8th race, the Gainesway, to the connections of Major Dude. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming to start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track listed fast. Scratch number 1, Baxley. And scratch number 8, what you talking about?
Race number 9, straight 3-year-olds. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs, second level allowance condition. And here's a look at a West Coast invader in Slider who has not been seen in over 9 months. Last time we saw him was in the Grade 2 San Vicente going 7 furlongs. He set the pace that afternoon at Santa Anita before finishing third behind Muth and Pilot Commander, a pair of Bob Baffert runners. He's had some fast workouts at Santa Anita to prepare for this journey here to Central Kentucky at Keeneland Racecourse. I'm willing to take my shot with this colt who's been freshened up. He was an early horse in his 2-year-old campaign. He was a winner second time out, ran well enough to win on the turf course in the Speakeasy Stakes at Santa Anita, and didn't run poorly in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint at the end of his 2-year-old year. Just the one run so far this year, but comes this direction for trainer John Sadler. I think he's got a big opportunity in front of him if he can handle World Record, the number 2 horse, who is the current favorite, as we expected, at 4-5, who is a colt that was entered in a sprint race on turf last week, but they opted to go in this direction and keep him on dirt at this stage of his career. You can understand why. He won the Grade 2 Amsterdam Stakes at Saratoga in late July. That was the first day they added blinkers to him, as Rudy Brisset applies those blinkers to this son of Gunrunner. He set the pace in the Grade 1 Allen Jerkins going 7 furlongs, couldn't keep that pace going, which was very, very fast, going the 7/8 of a mile. So the cutback in distance is big. Obviously, the drop down in class here is a huge positive for World Record as well. So we'll see how he fares. The $410,000 Keeneland purchase from the November sale of 2021 deserves to be this kind of favorite in and amongst this group if he can replicate what he was able to do in Saratoga in the Grade 2 Amsterdam. But I'm willing to take my shot with Slider coming from west to this portion of the country, and we see how West Coast speed does so well wherever they show up. But World Record, nonetheless, 3-5 on the board right now as the odds-on favorite. And then the number 3 horse, Bow Street. Here is a colt that we saw run very well on debut at Churchill Downs during his 2-year-old season. They then tried him in the Ed Brown. He wasn't quite ready for that jump up in competition when he finished 7th, but he's come around in his last couple of starts at Horseshoe Indianapolis against weaker type of company than what he is facing here today. But he is a wonderfully bred colt by Into Mischief for OXO Equine out of the mare Indian Miss. This is the half-brother to Matoli and Hot Rod Charlie, both of which graded stakes winners and Grade 1 winners in their own right. So it comes from a big family. We'll see if he's ready for prime time today. This will be a big test and a good gauge of what we can expect to see from Bow Street moving forward as he sits at 14-1. A very competitive group headlined by World Record, who's 3-5. Race number 9 does start the late daily double in less than 13 minutes. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race. The Lane's End allowance optional claiming race for a price of $125,000. 3-year-old 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1 Baxley and scratch number 8. What you talking about? Post time at 7 minutes.
Here's a look at a long shot here in race number 9. Go the distance, 30-1 on the board right now, coming in from Iowa off of consecutive wins at Prairie Meadows for trainer Doug Anderson, who has had some success here over the last couple of seasons, bringing over Glenn Gary to win a couple of stakes races. He is a good-looking horse. He may lack as far as competition is concerned from what he has seen over at Prairie Meadows, but let's keep in mind that he was second on debut at Oaklawn Park, which is not an easy race course or easy division to compete against, and he was right there on debut. He's gotten better since at 30-1. If you're looking for a long shot opportunity here, he looks good as he is out there warming up under Francisco Arrieta. Go the distance. He's changed my mind about him, just getting a glance at him as he comes out here to Keeneland Racecourse for the first time in his racing career. The number 7 horse, Agoo for Whit Beckman. Here's a horse that is getting a lot of attention from my colleagues, including Gabby Gaudet, really taken back by the performance he put together in his comeback race at Churchill Downs off of some dull runs at Churchill as well as Saratoga. They dropped him in for 80, and he ran a wickedly fast time in 108 3. Question is, can he replicate that here as he steps up in competition? 9-1. He's not getting the action that I think a lot of us thought that he would take in this race, given how quickly he ran that race at Churchill Downs. But nonetheless, if you're willing to take that chance, you'll be well rewarded at 9-1 in this very good race. World record 2-5 right now. He's the odds-on favorite. Draws post position number 1, the Grade 2 Amsterdam winner from just a few months back at Saratoga. Looks beautiful out there, the son of Gunrunner for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. Good luck in race number 9 to start the late daily double in less than 4 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, the Lane's End. Moving into line, 9th race. Slider moves into line. Here's Go the Distance, 2 more left to load. Market Street comes forward. Usually Wrong, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Slider. Slider right out for the early lead. Bow Street has speed, though, and Bow Street kicks in with World Record moving up into the 2nd position. Slider is now in 3rd. Usually Wrong is in 4th up on the far outside. Go the Distance is 5th. A Goo outward from the rail to the far turn in 6th, 5 lengths off the lead. Proprietary Trade is 7th toward the inside, and Market Street is last of the 8 lengths from the front. 21.57 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Bow Street has the lead. Slider is there in between horses, just a half length off the lead. Usually Wrong, wide around the turn in 3rd position. Then World Record 4th, Proprietary Trade. A Goo goes wide. Now a Goo goes from 6th to 5th to 4th, but still is 5 lengths off the lead. But a Goo swings out outside of World Record. These two are coming forward with Slider. They're all bearing down on Bow Street. These 4 line up into the final furlong. World Record pokes ahead in front. World Record with the lead. Slider to the inside is right there. Here's a Goo making another try from the outside, but they've all got to get by World Record. Here's a Goo, tries again. Half length off World Record. World Record hangs tough. A Goo is there. World Record, Flavian Pratt to win it. A Goo was across the line in 2nd, and Slider was home 3rd.
Well, he was too much for him here today. World Record, once he gets off the rail, gets in the clear, he starts to kick it into high gear, and you got to give credit to a Goo. He runs a giant race to finish 2nd at odds of 11-1, but World Record with that slight advantage that he maintains right here and not slowing down. He comes close to him, but not close enough to beat World Record, a graded stakes winner earlier this summer, picking up a nice allowance win here today at Keeneland as the heavy favorite. 1-4 in the end on World Record, the number 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race: number 2, World Record, was first. Number 7, Agu, was second. Number 9, Slider, third. Number 3, Bow Street, fourth. 2793, unofficial. In the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of race 9 at Keeneland, the Lanes End, number 2, World Record. Owned by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, Sienna Farm LLC of Todd Manganero, trained by Rodolphe Brisset. Back-to-back wins for Flavian Pratt on the card. World Record, a 3-year-old son of gun runner out of Marwa by Exceed and Excel, bred in Kentucky by Runnymede Farm LLC, Falgary's Bloodstock, Astute Zerkusta, and others. The Keeneland November Graduate World Record, 6 furlongs, 1 minute 10.3 seconds, and the results official for the 9th race. 2793, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Eden Carter is joined by representatives of Lanes End to present the trophy for the 9th race, the Lanes End to the connections of World Record. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Turf is good, rail at 30 feet, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 10, our final race on this 10-race card here on Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland Racecourse. The $1 Toyota Super High Five available in this big field. And the number 6 horse is where I land in race number 10. Half Dome for Michael McCarthy, a colt by Zoffany, Irish-bred colt, who has been raced here in the United States in his 2 starts and showed big improvement moving over to the turf course in start 2 of his career after debuting on the dirt course. He's got that turf pedigree. He's shown that 1 1/8 is going to be agreeable with him with the way that he ran at Ellis Park. So at odds of 2-1, he's been between 2-1 and 9-5. I think that he's got a strong hand to play here with Flavian Pratt for Michael McCarthy here in race number 10. The number 5 horse, that is Fort Thomas for Rusty Arnold. They colt by Warfront. He's winless in 10 tries. He's had 5 in the money finishes in those 10 attempts. And if you look at his races at this distance, those have been his 2 best races as far as finishes. He's finished second twice at the 1 1/8 distance, so he gets back to that. He's had a quick pace most recently. The last time he went 1 1/8, and he was able to kick on and finish second, beaten 3 3/4 of a length. We'll see how the pace develops out in front of him here today. Would imagine that it would be somewhere in between what we've seen in his last couple of starts, not as slow as what he encountered at Delaware, and probably around the kind of pace that he saw at Kentucky Downs. But like this colt in this spot at odds of 7-2 especially, he looks like he's going to be able to break through at some point in time, going the 9 furlongs distance he's being asked to go here in the nightcap. And then finally, the number 8 horse, that is the Jackal for Shug McGahee, a Medaglia d'Oro colt who also has shown some ability since stepping up in trip after being debuted for a mile at Laurel Park, going all the way back to the summer of last year. But a good 4th place finish last out, going 1.5 miles at Kentucky Downs, so the slight cutback in distance may get a little bit more of a setup as well here today at Keeneland Racecourse as he makes his Keeneland debut. Wouldn't sleep on him as he sits at 6-1 right now, colt by Medaglia d'Oro for Woodford Racing and others. Good way to close things out. Half Dome is the favorite now, 9-5 on the tote board. And the second choice would be the number 5 horse, Fort Thomas, and then it really opens up once you get outside of those top 2 in the wagering. Good luck in the nightcap. Still 15 minutes to post. Plenty of time to get involved in race number 10 here at Keeneland.
don't have to have your big heavy coat on.
Yeah.
Is there a special reason?
It's for Make-A-Wish. Their colors are blue.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Hagyard Equine Medical Institute. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 miles over the turf, listed good. The rail at 30 feet. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. Post time is 6 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Hagyard Equine Medical Institute. Moving into line race 10. Fayette Spirit goes in. Freedom Maker. Fort Thomas. The Dover Spectre moves into line. Here's Half Dome. Finn McSorley will be the last one. Last one comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Fayette Spirit. Fayette Spirit right out for the lead. Secured Linder gets over to the inside and secures a spot against the rail early on here as they head under the line the first time. Oscar Go moves up to challenge for the lead. Freedom Maker is there as well. Oscar Go, Freedom Maker to the outside, and Fayette Spirit right there to contest the pace to the inside. These three line up across the course as Half Dome gets over to the rail to save some ground around the first turn in fourth position. The Dover Spectre moves by and improves one spot from fifth. Finn McSorley is sixth. Secured Linder gets shuffled back into seventh around the first turn. Eternal Mischief eighth. Freddie Mac is ninth. The Jackal is 10th. Fort Thomas is 11th. Blues Legacy last of the 12 opening quarter went in 23.48 seconds. Up the backstretch, Freedom Maker the leader. Freedom Maker leads it by a length and a half. Fayette Spirit goes second, 3/4 of a length. Oscar Go is third up on the outside. The Dover Spectre is fourth, and Half Dome is fifth, now taking fourth against the rail, 4 lengths off the lead. Finn McSorley, sixth on the outside. Secured Linder is seventh against the rail, 7 lengths from the front into the far turn. Freddie Mac moves up the rail behind that one. They got the opening half mile in 49.12 seconds. On to the final turn they go. Freedom Maker leads it. Freedom Maker leads by 2 lengths. Fayette Spirit second, a half length. Oscar Go third on the outside. Half Dome is fourth by just a neck. The Dover Spectre is fifth. Finn McSorley is in sixth position. Secured Linder is seventh toward the inside, still 7 lengths off the lead. Freedom Maker leads it off the far turn. Fayette Spirit is there, and Oscar Go. The Dover Spectre up on the outside. Half Dome in behind horses. Fort Thomas is in the center of the course, still 6 lengths from the front. Fayette Spirit has the lead. Fort Thomas, and now Half Dome. Half Dome between horses. Fort Thomas on the outside. It is Half Dome to the lead. Fort Thomas to second. Half Dome to win it. Flavian Pratt wins 3 straight to close the card. Fort Thomas across the line in second.
Well, the Irish bred Half Dome gets the victory here in the nightcap, and he was bottled up a good length of this stretch, but once he gets around the number 4 horse out in front of him and gets him clear sailing and switches leads, he is going to accelerate away from this group. Even here, he's not kicked it into high gear. Right here is when he hits his best strides as he dashes away from the 5 who was coming to him in the number 5 horse, Fort Thomas. But Half Dome, impressive in race number 10, breaking his maiden as the favorite at 6-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: the 6 Half Dome first, the 5 Fort Thomas second, 4 Fayette Spirit third, 7 Oscar Go was fourth, and 10 Freedom Maker was fifth. 6, 5, 4, 7, 10 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for race 10, the Hagyard Equine Medical Institute race number 6, Half Dome, owned by Jim and Donna Daniel, trained by Michael McCarthy. 3 straight wins by jockey Flavian Pratt. To close the card, Half Dome, a 3-year-old son of Zothany, out of Tissiac by Fastnet Rock, bred in Ireland by Rockhart Trading Limited. 1 minute 52.02 seconds, 9 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Tenth race results official. 6, 5, 4, 7, 10, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Victoria Reedy is joined by representatives of Hagyard Equine Medical Institute to present the trophy for the 10th race. The Hagyard Equine Medical Institute to the connections of Half Dome. Carryover for tomorrow's card for the Toyota Super High 5 of $5,112. Pick 6 today pays on 6 of 6, consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. We thank you for being with us for Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.